apparently.
Discover like how badly we can piss off apparently Secret Service or
All right.
NSA.
All
Oh,
right.
I'm going
So,
to be talking about Operation Northwoods. I'm going to be pissing them off real bad.
oh, I don't even know what that is. Oh, by the way, we've been streaming for a few seconds, guys. So, anyway, hey everyone,
Oh, have we?
welcome.
Oh,
Yes.
that's close.
Yeah, hey everyone, welcome to the
Sorry about that.
stream. So, usually this is the alt hype stream, but I'm only 1/4 of the people on now. So we have with me someone who needs no introduction. We have Bill, her husband, and we have some homeless guy we found. We got liquor. We call him Spoon. So okay, so
Thanks for that.
I don't really care about the order really. What the talking points we're gonna have. Like I have sort of written down over here on my notepad. I have like some a little monologue bullet point thing about why you shouldn't immediately reject conspiracy theories. Sort of a defense of conspiracy theories in general, if not in specific. Then I have some stuff on one thing that I've been reading about recently on Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bombings being faked, which at first blush sounds kind of insane, largely because of things that you might think are evidence that aren't, and and evidence that you might assume exists that doesn't, and sort of an overestimation of how difficult pulling off that hoax would actually be. Also, after watching Aiden's movie on virtuous victims, I was reminded of a thing I did on perception of oppression by demographic groups. And I assume we'll have something to talk about there, maybe. I don't know. Whatever. So I've watched Aiden Spoon streams before, and Spoon usually finds something in the news to yell about. So maybe there'll be something there. I don't know. Welcome to the stream, guys. So I don't know. So what do I do? So do I just go right into my little thing on a general defense of conspiracies, or?
Yeah, I'd say that'd be a good way to open it up, and then we can talk about pet conspiracies and
Sure.
It's not like we've gone through one for the last 3 years.
No,
Not at all.
Yeah. Well, we've also in a sense we've gone through two, but hold on. I won't want to get into that. I know that the big one, obviously, the whole COVID program, which I sort of see as like, I think of as like one undifferentiated thing: the virus, the lockdowns, the vaccine development. It's all I view that like it's all one thing. They're not separate events. But anyway, okay. So one of the major criticisms of large conspiracy theories that you hear all the time is that they involve large numbers of people. Like, how do you keep all those people silent? And the first thing is that conspiracies happen all the time. One of which would be like a military operation or a military invasion, right? Because these things, they require a certain degree of secrecy, and every like military invasion or big military op of any type, these are in effect large-scale conspiracies, often involving like millions of people. Like the German invasion of France was 3.35 million people, and in that, obviously, everyone knew something was going on. Everyone knew something was going to happen, but they didn't know exactly what. They didn't exactly know where and when. And that's kind of how these things sort of happen. When you go to the Manhattan Project, everyone involved in it knew something was going on. But in terms of the number of people that knew that it had anything to do with atoms, and I have some quote here. If I get through that, I'll find the quote. It's something like 1,000 people knew it was even about atoms, and maybe like 20 people knew like what the shot really was of the Manhattan Project. And like when companies develop a new product, for example, and they keep its characteristics secret up to the launch, those are a kind of conspiracy involving that tens of thousands of people, but only a few really know what's actually going on. Or when they cut corners on manufacturing, right? Perhaps even to a dangerous or like illegal degree. That's a conspiracy involving tens of thousands of people involved in the design, manufacture, distribution, advertise. Like there's tens of thousands of people involved in like any given, mass market product. most of whom involved in the project, they have no idea about any of these corners, being cut. So that's not typically what you think of when you hear conspiracy. You typically think of something negative or dishonest, typically involving, CIA, FBI, right? And if you have a semantic challenge and just don't want to call these kinds of things conspiracies, fine, whatever. So that would be sort of the first thing. Oh, here's the quote. This is a quote on the Manhattan Project. So where did I get this quote from? I wrote this down, but I don't have a source for where it is. So Brian Price, head of the government's Office of Censorship, called the Manhattan Project the best kept secret of the war. A 1945 Life article estimate that before Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings, probably no more than a few dozen men in the entire country knew the full meaning of the Manhattan Project, and perhaps only 1,000 others even were aware that work on atoms was involved. The security infrastructure surrounding the Manhattan Project was so vast and thorough that in the early days of the project in 1943, security investigators vetted 400,000 potential employees and 600 companies that would be involved in all aspects of the project for potential security risks. And they called it was the Pasco Secret Project is what was its front-facing name, and said that until Hiroshima, we had no idea what was being made. So anyway, that's I guess that'd be like the. So that's sort of my defense of against that argument of conspiracies, is that it would be difficult to sort of manage all the people. So conceptually, there are like sort of two reasons that you should sort of believe in, not believe, but you shouldn't have such harsh, immediate skepticism to conspiracy theories. The first is that only a small number of people actually have to know what the shot is. And another thing is that leaks will have problems with with leakers. Like, because blowing up, say, a domestic conspiracy in any sort of decisive faction, it requires some sort of whistleblower. But leakers face a lot of problems. One of which could be false leaks, right? Some people leaking things that are false. Either they're engineered as false, or they're genuine. They're people who earnestly believe what they're saying, but they say something false, right? They promote a false conspiracy for whatever reason, and that muddies the water. And there's something that Michael Shermer would do. That I called the Shermer sandwich. Like he would say, oh yeah, so in this episode of Skeptic Magazine, we're going to be talking about Bigfoot sightings, race realism, and urine therapy, right? So you sort of smush those things together, right? What
was that last one?
Oh,
Piss drinking.
Yeah, some people think that it's like you drink your urine to recycle your energy or something.
It just definitely isn't just like reintroducing a bunch of poison you just got rid of directly back into your butt.
It's an absurdist new age.
I don't even know how that makes sense. Like, do you know what the purpose of urine is?
You are not, sir, no matter what you might want to think, you are not a hedgehog. Do not reintroduce your waste back into your system.
Kidneys, and you do realize the way to regenerate your energy is through this thing called sleeping.
Spoon, there's people who claim that they do nothing but eat sunlight and air, that they don't eat food. Breatharians. I mean, it's absolute nonsense kind of stuff.
I would never want to be called Breatharian. It's too close to being called Bavarian, which is dangerous enough as it is.
I literally just made that up, right? Or no, not made it up, but I was just coming up with examples.
That's completely right. That's completely right. Is that if you... it's a very easy way to discredit the truth.
If you want to make a group of people complaining about something look stupid, hire one guy to wear a clown costume and stand in the midst of them.
Oh, you mean like Jan 6?
Exactly.
Well, yeah. But yeah, so I think people watching this probably have no idea who Michael Shermer is. But that's that was a guy who did a lot of stuff, debunking the holy hoax. Debunking the holy hoax. And he would he would do that. he would have issues where he's like debunking like remote viewing, and then like, oh, and here's these other right, and so putting, and because that's the thing,
right.
there's certain levels of there's certain conspiracy theories that are more like serious than others, right? And
yeah, exactly.
And that's why I call it the Shermer sandwich, and it's sort of a tactic. But so anyways, that's a problem that like any whistleblower will have, is that they'll be Shermer sandwiched. Another thing is that is this something like 90% of all news comes from 6 major 90% of all media that is consumed by people. This may be a dated statistics, come from 6 major corporations. It may be 7 now. I heard somewhere that now it's like 7. It's not the big 6, it's the big 7 now. But it's a small number of conglomerates that basically control what 90% of people in the United States see. So the circle of people that kind of needs to be controlled for like any kind of like mass media conspiracy or mass media suppression is not nearly as large as one might suppose. And so like, say a journalist, like a real honest, leather shoe journalist actually uncovers something. Well, if he wants to report on it, first he'll have to probably quit his cushy job at, City Times, Post, whatever, and become an independent reporter. All right, so that already is like going to screen out a lot of potential whistleblowers on anything. And then, as an independent reporter, you have to find a way to build up an audience. But then now he's a conspiracy theorist. Now he's on the outside. He's a conspiracy theorist. And their independent website or whatever will have to compete with other conspiracy theorists, which may be promoting false conspiracy theories. And so if you think it through step by step, at first glance, it seems like, that'd be impossible to control. You have to literally convince what everyone thinks, but it's actually not. Because even if you get like a lot of leaks and a lot of leakage through, it doesn't, it's not all necessarily sort of that decisive, right?
It's signal versus noise. There's so much noise in it that it becomes very easy to say, like, well, that's unproven. That's a conspiracy theory. Therefore, It must be as ridiculous as the most ridiculous conspiracy theory.
Right.
And it's easy to fall through the cracks that way with real information.
Right. And
that's always the biggest one for me, is that the fact that it seems to be the more insane something is, the less likely it is to believe. So if you want to do something truly insane, if you can pull off something completely nuts, it's probably just safeguarded by the fact that it's something that most people just can't pass.
That it is in fact that nuts. That's what Goebbels said.
That's a Goebbels call.
That's basically Goebbels' big lie argument.
I mean, you can see the logic behind it.
Oh yeah. Well, he wasn't saying. Am I too loud? He wasn't saying.
No, you're good.
He wasn't saying that that that's what we Nazis do. He was saying that's what the Jews do. So, which ironically, when you and every time it's taught in school, it said they say Goebbels is presenting it as if he's saying we do that. Right, even
right.
What was that line that William J. Casey, the director of CIA, said in 1981, which was, "We will know our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American public believes is false."
Yeah,
right.
I don't know if that was like tongue in cheek or if that was.
It may have been.
With what I know about that, what his precursors were up to, I'm beginning to believe that it was not as tongue in cheek as it might appear.
It may have been a half joke. We were half joking about that.
The best way to make sure that something isn't believed is to make a joke about it at your expense. Quote unquote.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I'd never read it before, but because we were looking into conspiracy theories, I went and read at least the pamphleted version of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and I can absolutely see why that seems, if not maybe like even a false flag, if you want to use that word, because it's so egregious. It's so incredibly just like, us Jews, we're out to get all the Goyim cattle. It's so incredibly like
cartoonish. It's like Captain Planet.
Right. So that it's like, okay. I mean, it's obviously everyone says it's fake. It was created, of course, as an anti-Semitic document. But could it not also? Is it not a extreme possibility that it's also done that to be like, no, don't look at Jewish people like that, because look at how incredibly old.
In fact, the document
this
itself
document is.
outlines the idea of that exact technique of describing something in cartoonish terms to make it less believable. Though my posit would be, wouldn't the easiest way to hide an actual shady organization would be to accuse a faction that are notorious for being, looked down upon and denigrated and kicked out of countries, and say, look at all the things they did. And then every time something gets brought up, everyone says that's anti-Semitic, as we've seen from the ADL lately. It's like,
well, they'll see that's from this discredited document.
Talking shit about warmongers, saying we should get rid of warmongers is an anti-Semitic act. It's like, what an odd thing to say. It's almost like it's a very good safeguard, like have people who are.
Oh God, I screwed up the title. Sorry.
In the public eye, a group that have been put upon by almost every single group they've been interacted with and been so hard done by, and then hide behind them as a shield. In fact, maybe just pretend to be members of it, just so you can't be criticized.
It's actually one of the benefits that that conspiracy theories have, is that if everything is a debunked conspiracy theory, then anytime that you notice something, you happen to do a little noticing, then it's just, well, no, that's been debunked. That's a conspiracy theory. Like, that comes straight out of this crazy, like, anti-Semitic pamphlet. And it is unhinged, I would say. But, obviously, there's parts of it that there's really, like, talking about how we'll do the greatest evil of all time and beat up those goyim cattle. It's so overtly, comically evil that... But then if you say something that is like a real criticism of Zionism, for example, then someone can come back at you and say, like, oh, that's just clearly coming from this ludicrous conspiracy theory, right? Rather than have your criticism being taken seriously. It's a very useful tool that conspiracies are then.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So another thing that I've thought of as kind of as an argument that I've heard it a little bit, but it's something that I've sort of been surprised that people don't make more often. They do make it often, and I think it's often enough to try to respond to it. Is that like they wouldn't do something like that because that just seems so risky, right? Like if the government gets caught, well, that would be the end of it. Like if the government gets caught doing this thing that you say they're doing, like that would be the end of the legitimacy of the CIA or something like that.
And yet they've gotten away with it time and time again, right?
Right. So yeah. So
let's look at one of the like totally socially approved ones, right? That the CIA killed Martin Luther King. Well,
is that a socially approved one? I mean, it's a me.
I think that's socially. Yeah, I think it's definitely true. They paid.
The King family did win a civil case.
$100 is what they won, but they weren't looking for money. They were looking for confirmation. So that happened decades ago that they won that case, where the government was more or less forced to admit that, yeah, we did have MLK assassinated. And it's not the only one. There's, I mean, MK Ultra has also been entirely confirmed as, yes, the CIA was giving people LSD.
And not just that, they were physically, emotionally, and sexually abusing hundreds, if not thousands, of people, including children,
without their knowledge to make them think they were crazy.
And on top of that, with MK Ultra, we don't have all the receipts anymore because the head of the CIA ordered in 1973 ordered as much as they could burned, and that was right before an inquest into it.
Yeah,
it's happened.
So what we know, which is that they were literally just recruiting people with no prompting or priming as to what they were getting in for, and tortured and raped and drugged them until they were compliant. And that's what they'll admit to with a smile on their face.
There's plenty of other. Operation Paperclip, that was denied for long enough time in the public that the United States had basically just imported a bunch of Nazi scientists.
And
Gulf of Tonkin was denied.
There's more to the Paperclip incident as well.
Yeah.
Oh, there's more because importing a bunch of Nazi doesn't seem that evil. I mean,
they hired almost everyone at NASA in that time period after.
Yeah.
Operation Paperclip
Yeah.
were German V2 and V3 rocket scientists. But the more important thing is that they were also hiring people from Unit 731 in Manchuria.
Oh, that's way worse.
One of the bioweapons research arm
Shadow
of the
Ishii.
Imperial Japanese Army. One of the place that would refer to prisoners as logs for the fire, and were
whatever happened to the
vivisecting
guy
children.
who ran that, Shiro Ishii? Whatever happened to him? Bill, you probably know this.
Hang on, let me double check it. Double check it.
Because I remember reading about him and watching documentaries, because he came from like a very wealthy family. Oh God.
Let me double check.
Just as a couple of though, while you're looking for it, like Operation Condor, the United States government was openly funding dictatorships in South America. It was 1990 when Clinton was the one who declassified the documents, and just kind of hoping that no one would notice that it had happened. And you mentioned this earlier, Old Hype, which is that like this has often been done as a precursor to engage in some larger political action, and you only need a few people to be involved in the impetus behind it, and then once it's out there, people will believe it, and then you can quietly declassify the documents 40 years later, 60 years later, and most people won't even think to question it because the idea has already been so baked into the cultural zeitgeist that no one's going to think to question it. You're just a crazy conspiracy theorist, and it's going to get lumped in with people who think drinking their own piss is good for them.
So Ishii was not only given complete immunity from war crimes courts, he moved to Maryland to work on the United States bioweapons program.
What the fuck?
So he was in Maryland, in America, working in a bioweapons lab in what would soon become one of the largest and most densely populated black areas of the state.
That's interesting.
That's
he
totally
died in 59
sure.
of a laryngeal cancer. Which, considering he was running around dumping bioweapons on prisoners and putting them in pressure chambers, and literally just a who's who of the worst possible war crimes to do on POWs, he never got tried for it at all. He got away scot-free and was on US soil, still doing medicine.
I think the reason for that is because they had a lot of information because of what they did. And I think the deal was, we'll give you all this information, but we get off scot-free. And I think they made a deal with the devil to get the information. Because the horribly...
when the bombs fell, they were setting up to drop bubonic plague on San Francisco via balloons. The same balloon program, which would later show up in the Chinese textbook of spy camera use. The exact same balloon design is the same design that was used. It's the precursor to the design that was used in the Chinese spy balloons that were shot down.
So this stuff on the this is going off topic, but like with the Chinese spy balloons, that just seems so weird because obviously, like if these spy balloons had been flying over into the U.S., for I don't know since at least the end of the Trump presidency.
Yeah, they claimed it had happened several times under Trump.
Right, but like why wasn't weren't like the intelligence apparatus and military like saying anything about it or trying to shoot him down until recently? It seems like only recently now it's like a problem.
Because the idea that something would get that deep into airspace it starts to raise questions about the capabilities of the Defense Department.
I don't think. Okay, look. Obviously, I'm like the first one to say that like U.S. like wonder weapon propaganda is overblown and based way too much on like victories against like Iraq and Serbia and stuff. So I'm like, I'm kind of with you on that, but I don't think. I mean, come on, balloons, like, come on.
Which are operating at such a high altitude that jets just cease functioning.
Yeah, it would actually be difficult to shoot it down from. Well, that's their explanation is that it was basically too difficult for them to actually shoot them down.
They did shoot it down when it was time, when it was like in the news, and people
after
were
it
crying
had been
about it.
It was
flying around
the
for
highest
a week.
air-to-air engagement in human history. They actually had to modify the munitions to work at that height.
That may be the case, but just on sort of face value to say that there is a balloon potentially spying on your nuclear sites, and your response is, "Well, it's kind of high." It makes you look really quite weak.
Yeah,
It makes you look kind of high.
Yeah.
It look, especially when like you've already established that
far
you have Boeing jets that can mount. Admitting that you have tech that could deal with it, such as the directional energy program, that weapon program does exist. There's a Boeing jetliner that can mount basically a laser that can kill pretty much anything up to including heavy armor, but it's just not practical to run because it's got a short operational life. It would be really conspicuous to wheel one of those out when their argument against a bunch of earlier conspiracy theories about how the California wildfires are controlled burns by directional energy weapons, and your argument was we don't have those. When you do, and you've admitted it multiple times, which by the way will be a running theme with this.
Yeah.
In some of the ones I've got.
Yeah. So
looks bad.
Yeah. So like I think that's sort of just the existence of that's sort of like the brute fact of it, right? Is that like these sort of the counter against like, oh, that would be too bold, is that like there's a brute fact in that it has been done like several times and it does not result in the right. There have been several conspiracy, like what we would call as like bad conspiracies that happen all the time, and secrecy is breached and they fail. Right? We don't even know about the ones we don't know about. Right? We only know about the ones we know about. So
on that point, though,
that would be.
It is again going back to the sandwich idea, because like again, there's Sherman sandwich. Like, so Bill was looking into Operation Northwoods, which was used as an excuse for the United States to get into accelerate conflict with Cuba.
It was them organizing false flags on American and Allied facilities to try and to excuse a ground invasion and sea invasion.
And that's completely confirmed. The sinking of the Lusitania, an even older one, has been confirmed.
Oh yeah.
We're basically just trying to get the U.S. involved in World War I.
Yeah, and apparently on that, a bunch of Germans in the U.S., like German government people or whatever, they were trying to take out ads in newspapers saying, "Don't get on this ship; it will be sunk." And and apparently somehow that was blocked by either the paper or the government blocked the ads or something. And so people,
the German government was broadcasting saying, stop sending ships over. We're gonna sink them. If you do this, we're gonna sink it.
Well, the issue was that they were mixed cargo, right? They were putting ships with civilians and war material on the same ship.
The Lusitania said it was carrying butter, but it was actually carrying firearms.
Right, or something.
Because and they could tell because this ship was so heavy, it didn't just have butter on it.
Yeah. And there was another.
So many jokes there.
Yeah, another thing about that is apparently one thing that the Brits would do, because during World War I, like the U-boat menace was way more of an existential threat than in World War II, because they didn't have depth charges in World War I. They had like, I don't know, try to ram it or try to shoot it with your guns if they surface or something. They didn't have like anti-submarine weapons at all in World War I. Maybe by like 1918 they started, but for most of the war they didn't have like hardly any counters to U-boats. So what the British would do is they would actually set up ships as merchant ships. And what the German U-boats like to do is if they caught a lone merchant ship, the U-boat would surface and say, "Hey, surrender. Depending on how big your crew is, we may be able to take some on board, but at least you can get on life rafts, send out a message so that like a destroyer can come and try to pick you up or something. And then we're going to sink the merchant ship," right? Is sort of the rules of piracy or of state piracy. Like there's like international code of like what you're supposed to do when
fall into the privateering laws.
Yeah, privateering laws. That's what. Yeah. But what the British would do is they would disguise. They would basically put a whole bunch of guns on these merchant ships. The U-boat would surface and say, "Hey, get off the ship before we sink it. and they would just and then like these scaffold, they would throw down the scaffolding, revealing a whole bunch of guns, and would sink the submarine. And so what the U-boats ended up having to do was no longer abide by the privateering laws and just shoot any merchant ship they found. So, and that of course was then used. Oh, these Germans, they're just shooting on sight. They're not obeying privateering laws. Wolf among the nations, sort of thing. So, and that sort of reminded me of I was reminded of that when we talked about the Lusitania.
But speaking of the flags being on ships that you're not supposed to fire upon, we could talk about the USS Liberty, but that one's a bit more dangerous.
Yeah,
but no less confirmed.
Again, also pretty much 100% confirmed on the USS Liberty. So.
Well, I don't know as much about the USS Liberty. Like, what is that? Is that
It's confirmed that that it was an Israeli jet attack on a.
But
US
why?
Ship.
It's what has been declassified from it is that there were fighter pilots, and they said, like, we can see that the ship has United States flags on it. We can see it's a U.S. flag or a U.S. ship, and they were told to fire on it anyway. The conspiracy theory is that the point was to bait the United States into conflict with Egypt.
Oh, around the time of the Egypt War, wasn't it?
To make it. Okay.
Because to say that, it was the Egyptians did it, right?
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
but
obviously
like these kinds of
things
had happened previously, because that's how Turkey got drawn into World War One. Is they dressed up one of their ships in German uniforms and attacked themselves.
Brilliant.
So Enver Pasha precipitated it. Enver Pasha, who would be the engineer of the Armenian genocide.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know. Whenever I hear of genocide, I don't know.
The Armenian one was. We pretty much know the Turks.
Yeah, the Armenian one was. Yeah.
Okay.
Well.
All right. Well, I don't know how much trouble I want to get Aiden into here. But
yeah. Well, there's certain things.
We won't get in trouble for that one, because because if not, then I wouldn't have a rack of System of a Down albums in my car.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Armenian genocide, very, very well documented. I don't want to get in trouble on anything else, but I also think most genocides are pretty well documented.
I mean, there's claims that a particular genocide is also well documented. The problem is the documentation is not what a lot of people think it is, and it's not. I mean, how about this? Is it a certain genocide may have a high volume of documentation, but that's not the same as
I'm not touching that. I'm not going anywhere near that. Like,
out of respect, I will also not, even though I would like to.
Sure. Bill would.
That one's on my do not talk about list. But now let us return to the shit we have receipts for.
Right. Well, I think we have plenty of receipts for it, but okay. What else do I have in my notes? I guess another thing would be that how do I put this? Like, another thing about conspiracies is that like there's kind of a problem in like most people's reasoning, in that, like, you can have a person and he can say like a heterodox thing, right? But if he has 10 heterodox beliefs, then he's a crank, and people aren't going to hear him out, right? And I think that the problem with such thinking that most do, it's kind of obvious when laid out. Like let's say that there's some lie machine, right? There's a lie machine that is an effective control of like universities, news media, just for like the sake of argument. Imagine that there is some lie machine that's in control of universities and like Big Six or Big Seven news media. And this lie machine creates comprehensive narratives and let's take 5 things that this lie machine makes. It says, Races all have identical levels of intelligence. The JFK assassination was done by lone gunmen. 9/11 was carried out by Arabs.
Sure.
And let's just assume that these are all lies, right? The problem is what is allowed for one guy. What is allowed is like you can have like one guy who has like very deep credentials on a single topic, like he's a structural engineer or something, and he can challenge something on 9/11, and that's about as far as people will go, right? And assuming that's a lie. But then if he goes on to say, "Oh yeah, I also think that that the lone gunman for the JFK assassination wasn't true," and I also don't believe in runaway global warming, right? So now he's saying like multiple things, right? And you're not allowed to. And so then he sort of becomes a crank, right? And
yeah, it makes you seem. It seems that, yeah, as you said, you could have like maybe one thing that's an established narrative that you disagree with, based on plethora of data. But the second that you have 3 or 4 or 5, even if they are all equally valid in your criticisms of them, it starts to build up a perception that this person is just a lunatic.
Yeah. Now you're.
And that's on purpose.
Well, it's not. Sort of. I think it's more of like an emergent phenomena. All right. So, and that thing there, that the fact that people just sort of, I don't know if it's natural or what, but people will reject they'll reject more than 1 or 2 heterodox narrative. Most people will. And what that does is that kind of limits, that also serves as a limit of embracing of conspiracy theories, embracement of the tinfoil, because there's only so much carrying capacity for conspiracy theories, right? Like if everyone in the population will only sort of allow themselves to believe a single, quote unquote conspiracy theory, well, then you can have 1 that's at 100%, or 2 that are at 50%, 4 that are at 25%, right? So
how recent does something have to be? How old does something have to be, rather, before people just don't care? Like, it was a previous time, it was a previous regime, it's just outdated, or it's a different time.
Yeah.
It's also and back on what you said more specifically, it's an issue of cognitive modularness. People only have so much cognitive energy that they can expend on anything at any point in time, and if that's why you do have people generally tend to find like 1 or 2 things that they know a lot about that are considered conspiratorial, whereas to dig really deeply into all, like many of them, that takes so much time and energy and requires so much commitment to actually be dedicated to looking into this stuff, because of course none of it's surface level. You're not going to get it on a Wikipedia article. Right. Sometimes, again, like with Operation Northwoods, at least Wikipedia will even say that's a false flag. But it's very few and far between.
But that time they had an excuse, because JFK got given the documents and told the CIA to fuck itself, and nearly succeeded in dismantling it before. And then what happened? Before a Carcano round, quote unquote, hit him in the face.
Before he was killed by a lone gunman on a grassy knoll. That's right.
Making a series of shots with a bolt action Italian rifle that fire rounds. So on aerodynamic, they look like fucking harpoons. The 6.5 mil Carcana.
He was just that good of a shot. He could predict the dispersion.
A Marine, an ex-Marine. The Marines well known for their utter induced poverty of equipment. Used an Italian rifle to land like 3 shots in space of about 5 seconds.
All right.
Doable, but that angle.
Yeah. So that's why I think that I don't know. I think that trying to present that's why I think that it may be useful to sort of present a more general criticisms of like if you're trying to, if you're, I guess, challenging narratives or breaking the conditioning or whatever, that it's important to make like general arguments against that, and sort of general criticisms against, you know, being overly skeptical of conspiracy theories, for example. Because of this fact that people will, because if the starting assumptions of most people is that, like, you know, that a conspiracy is like a black swan event, and it really shouldn't be assumed to be that way. I mean, first off, there's a whole bunch in the past that are fairly well confirmed at this point, and also the mechanisms are not as difficult as a lot of people might think of controlling and getting a lot of people involved in what would be considered a nefarious conspiracy without secrecy being blown, and just to like not separate them out so much, instead of having them be like all these like completely, because they're not completely independent propositions, right? Like, let's say that through a whole bunch of reading and research or whatever, you come to the conclusion that 9/11 was an inside job. Not necessarily that every single argument that a 9/11 skeptic puts out is correct. You know, like no planes may not seems that may be a little far-fetched. But
maybe at the Pentagon. Maybe at the Pentagon.
Yeah. Maybe the Pentagon. No plane at Pentagon. Maybe.
It's far easier to believe that they did happen to do like a nearly impossible like turning spiral to hit that building than it is to believe that they weren't planes; they were just like munitions or something like that.
Right.
Because
people.
But the average person doesn't know the first thing about aeronautics.
And even if I
just
just
out of mind.
And that's the way that it works though too, is what I just said, is that, like, for example, the evidence that a plane hit the Pentagon, when you look at it in more detail, so I'm like, did it though? Where was the wreckage? Because I mean, even the footage that was taken at the time, there's no turbines, there's no wings.
The Pentagon was hit by the world's first frangible airplane.
That very bizarre. I mean, the official government. Do you know with the official government explanation for why there's like no parts of the plane left to the Pentagon?
No,
it's that it melted. It was so hot that it melted the plane.
Would there be something that didn't melt?
But it can go straight through two buildings made of reinforced concrete, and it'll come out the other end with the nose intact, even though hitting a bird.
In like 1940, I didn't know. In like 1940, a airplane hit the Empire State Building. It flew right into it. The whole thing caught on fire, and yet the Empire State Building is standing today and has stood, you know, ever since the plane hit it.
The World Trade Center got bombed in the 90s multiple times.
Yeah.
93, wasn't
it?
Yeah. In fairness,
or is that the one where it wasn't bombed? They were trying to bomb it.
Yeah. In fairness, the Empire State Building, I personally can believe, as an explanation, that the Empire State Building is built better than the World Trade Centers. I can personally believe that. But
there was a building in China that had a similar fire that completely caught it, but it was still left standing.
Yeah. Well, I think that if you're making the arguments, if you're making like 9/11 skeptic arguments, that sort of has to be like that's its own task in its own right. You can't really. I don't think you can do it with like offhand arguments on. But what I'm just saying, like if you were convinced that 9/11 was some sort of inside job to some extent, that's not really completely separate from things like MLK or JFK assassinations. That is right. Mm-hmm. It makes those things, like, once one is shown to be like a hoax, it makes other things more, because they're not separate, right? It's because the mechanism for any of these other things is the same, right?
So the same extension, like, not necessarily, because there are I found there's such a drop off with time that some people just consider it a complete, like, even now 9/11 is like, we had Trump, we've had Obama, and then it's back to Bush, like that's like a lot of regime changes in the public eye. That's why really it's actually not that controversial to think that 9/11 was an inside job at this point.
There's so many just weird things that happen with 9/11.
Okay, I'm Joe Blogs on the street. Like I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna.
But that was the before
system.
time, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna trust the medical system. To me, it does not matter to me that the Tuskegee experiment happened, or that Pfizer was caught giving experimental drugs to Nigerians that ended up killing almost all of them, or to go even back further, like something like the Department of Energy was caught feeding plutonium-laced oatmeal to retarded children in the 40s. Like there is, as long as there's been at least one regime change, you start to see fall-offs in like association. You start to people think, oh, we've had a change of president since then. Never mind that the same civil servants have been in power for fucking 40 years. Like, it wouldn't happen to me. I can trust these people now. The people who are in power now can be trusted. I'm glad we got rid of those people who can't be trusted.
Yeah, and I think that while that may be true, I think that as soon as that may be one of those things where it's like people may believe that implicitly, but as soon as you spell it out like you just did, it becomes a little bit harder. Like, there's a lot of arguments like that people sort of implicitly believe, but as soon as you explicate the argument, it becomes harder to sort of maintain.
It is like degrees of separation. They've seen that with IQ levels. Essentially, if you're like, once you get below 90, like degrees of separation might as well be a brick wall. Like there's a lot of people with IQ measurements of 90 or lower struggle to have just basic. The whole argument of, if you didn't eat breakfast this morning, how would you feel now?
Oh, right. That's always something that's astonished me.
So you get these degrees of separation that might as well be brick walls, because
Are you familiar with what Bill's talking about there?
I've heard of it. That they can't. That I'm not sure. I don't know. I find that hard to believe. I'd have to. And you explain it.
Yeah, the basic premise is that there's a significant portion of people, I think something like a third of people, who, if you ask them the question, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning? And they fundamentally cannot comprehend what that question means, because they'll just respond and say, but I did eat breakfast this morning. It's but could you think of it hypothetically? What if you didn't eat breakfast? Okay, but I did, and they cannot get past that mental roadblock. It's the same thing where it's not the exact same thing, but there's some people who can. You ask them to imagine an apple in their minds. Close your eyes and imagine an apple. Can you rotate it? Some people can rotate it. Some people see it in 3 dimensions in full HD color, and some people just kind of see a gray blob, and some people can't see anything. In fact, they can't even understand the question. They will ask, "What do you mean? Envision an apple in my mind." They cannot. They have no inner sight. And I don't know I know that there's people that call it NPCs, and I think maybe to a degree that's true. But some people just don't have. I don't know how correlated these two individual instances that I brought up are, but there are some people who cannot understand a hypothetical about their past, of something that could this have happened, and there's some people who don't have the capacity to imagine things in detail.
Yeah, I find that just really hard to wrap my mind around.
It's if you're not in, I think but to them, they can't understand it, right? They can't even imagine that someone could see an apple in their mind, or that someone could imagine that they didn't eat breakfast this morning,
or that they have an internal monologue.
Yeah,
and there's certain portions of people don't have an internal monologue.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw some tweets on that where like some girl was saying that like talking to yourself. Oh, I thought that was just like a figure of speech. Like, like, what does it mean to talk to yourself? Like, I don't know. You just.
No, I read a study on it. I did a video on it a couple years ago, and it seems to be the reason why I'm not saying these people are exactly the same, because I haven't seen broad level correlational analysis of these various different aspects, but it seems to be consistent that it's about a third of people who also don't have any kind of inner speech.
Right.
Okay. They don't even understand it. They just. Which, again, to me, I agree, is unfathomable. You're just walking around all day and just nothing's going on there. Yeah. You're not thinking to yourself, what am I going to do later? And just walking around empty-headed.
Some folk, with the stimuli they're getting, it's so low-level stimuli that they're not even like having thoughts. They're just on autopilot cruising
it's
around.
Just pure reacting
following
to
a
stimuli.
route that they've known their whole lives because they only go to one place, to and from work.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so I will read some white power chats here. I use a program called Power Chat. And so I just call it white power chat. Anyway, so here's from Tyler Durden. Have you been keeping up in the military operation in Ukraine? Apparently, Russia is hiding their casualty numbers with mobile crematoria. That's okay. This is old. This is old stuff.
Yeah, let's say that the mobile crematorium. That's like 8 months old.
Yeah, not making this up. I know you're not, Tyler Durden. I've seen those news articles as well. Guess the ancient arcane Nazi technology is resurfacing. Those things may be true. Because think about, like, I don't know. This seems kind of. This is the problem with mass graves in general, especially. Like, you have a war zone, right? And you have battles, and lots of people die. Lots of men die in battles, in combat. And so after like a big engagement over an area, you have a whole lot of corpses on a field. So, and how do you tend to bury them? Well, they tend to bury them in mass graves. So,
yeah.
And then after the war, you can have like investigators going around digging up mass graves. And what do you find? A whole bunch of bodies. Genocide, right? Except
sure, costume massacre. There you go.
see that's the problem. So things like war zones are a great. There's a whole bunch of material that can be used and very easily spun into, like mass murder because war is kind of a mass murder. So it's
with the rise of the knowledge of moral war, as it's called, if there could be such a thing. We've switched sides completely. It was once upon a time there are no civilians in My Lai, and now suddenly there are no military personnel in Ukraine.
Right. Yeah. Well,
with those crematoriums, though, I think they have been. A lot of people have come out and said that those are garbage disposal units. But again, is that a conspiracy theory? I don't know. And by conspiracy theory, does that make it true or false, or what is it? Right. It's right now. One of the reasons I don't like to speculate about a lot of the stuff in Ukraine and Russia is because we're total fog of war right now.
Oh yeah.
Both sides are going to lie about what's happening, obviously.
Yeah.
And so I think it's impossible, even if you're on the ground, to have any real idea of what's happening on a larger scale.
Most of the commanders don't know. Most of the commanders are being. I've seen videos of people saying like we've taken like on the Ukraine side taking 90% casualties in a week, and also I've seen stuff where like on the Russian end of things, like. The alternative is you just either you bury a thing in a mass grave and then you get indicted on war crimes later because your buddies that you've been stacking 12 feet deep suddenly grow a civilian proposition and are locals that just mysteriously disappeared instead, or you can burn them and not have to deal with the disease,
right,
spreading everywhere and everyone dying of like dysentery or their feet falling off from trench foot.
It's as you said, though, war will mean mass casualties. It's
another
inherent to war.
Yeah, and especially problematic. This was more. I think this was. Well, I don't know because we're in total fog of war because this war is still going on. But special military operation is going on. But in World War II, various estimates, but around 500,000 German soldiers, also Remfs, but the thing is there were about 1.6 million people from the occupied Soviet territories who served the German army, but they were mostly doing logistics work. Some combat units, but most of them were Remfs who volunteered for the German army. But basically about 500,000 people in the Axis armies in the Soviet Union, either Eastern volunteer Remfs, German soldiers, Romanian soldiers, whatever. About 500,000 were killed by partisans. So the partisan threat was like really, really a big deal. The problem is, what are partisans are like plainclothes civilians, right? So what happens if you go into an area that's suspected of high partisan activity, and you're doing an anti-partisan sweep? Okay, which one's a partisan, which one's not a partisan? You think you have evidence that this person's a partisan, so what are you doing? Well, you're lining up a bunch of people who you think you have good evidence that this is like are partisans. You line them up in front of a pit and you shoot them, but they're all in plain clothes. A lot of them are women, you know.
Yep.
So what do you have at the end of the war after a partisan sweep? You have mass graves full of plainclothes civilians, inclling women.
Same thing that happened in all the United States operations in the Middle East.
So then,
right?
then you get Holocaust by bullets, right? So, you know, so you have all the material and evidence you need for something different that may not have happened, right?
If you want to reframe it, I mean, this hasn't happened because the U.S. is still the global hegemonic power that it is, but the same thing could be argued for the entirety of the multiple different wars in the Middle East that the United States has engaged in over the course of the last 30 years. And most of those people were also plainclothes civilians. If you find a bunch of graves of people having been shot, it's the same thing. Just that the United States is currently the one that still has currently, at this point at least, all the hegemonic power to not reframe things that way.
It's always great to have a Nobel Peace Prize winner who managed to single-handedly make being an Iraqi wedding planner the most dangerous job on God's green earth.
Oh,
yeah, and the thing is, like, I don't know where people like to say 1 million dead in Iraq. I don't. That seems too convenient and round of a number, but.
Yeah, but people. That's another thing of cognitive heuristics and cognitive moduliness, which is that people want a nice, round, easy to understand number when it comes to casualties, and when it comes to war, people want a definitive good guy and bad guy. Right. The Ukraine situation is a perfect exemplar of that, and you get people fighting about it all the time, of course, on Twitter. Russia is ultra evil and must be destroyed. They're 100% the aggressors. They did this. Right. Putin just doing this because he's Putler. He's just evil. He has no tactical reason. He's just insane. And that's, people. It's much easier to conceive of human conflict as being simplistic good versus evil, when of course we all know that that's
so.
Not
all right, so I want to continue to reply to Tyler Durden. The big thing about the mobile crematoria is actually, I mean, it's they tend to be rare, and the German government did have mobile crematoria, but all of the ones that they actually did, they were mobile in the sense that they were carried on trucks to a location, and then they tended to just be put in that because they're heavy, because crematoria are heavy, right? These are heavy things, right? You don't just like trundle them around from place to place. Like, you don't just, what's it like? You have the guys giving the tickets on the car, or you have the street sweeper go by, and then the cop giving tickets to all the cars that are still parked by the street sweeper. It's not like that, where you have the special action group going in. All right, so we're gonna do the killing, and then you got the crematoria just trundling along behind. That's not how. I mean, if that did happen, there's no documentation of that. These so when they say mobile crematoria in World War II, I don't know about today. Today they may be more mobile. I don't know.
It might be more organized, I guess. But either way, again, it goes back to that again, though. That envisioning it that way is way easier and more convenient.
Yeah, but I'm saying when it's like mobile crematoria, it's like mobile. The mobile needs an asterisk, right? Because they weren't. It's not like they were in operation like on a truck bed, and then But also another thing to Tyler Durden, the reason why like the number of deaths that are ascribed weren't found is because they also had mobile bone crushing machines as well, right? Which they didn't, but that's like. But
if we're getting into the Holocaust,
okay.
I can't wait for the advent of the Russian cum drain machine.
Okay.
Wait, actually, did you see who tweeted that out?
Okay, I mean that's funny, but that's not part of the Holocaust orthodoxy at this point. That's just that's just like one guy who's. There's another
tweet that. Oh, it was Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson, like a week or something ago, tweeted out a picture of some like weird Chinese milking porn. It's like, this is what's going on in China right now.
Is that the one that his daughter tweeted and said, "Dad, what the hell are you doing?"
Well, she responded was like, "Dad, delete this," because it was just it's obvious pornography, and he's like, "This is the state of China."
He made
it's funny as fuck.
I bet you he believed it. I bet you he believed it. Oh my god, that is pretty funny. I didn't see that. Okay. So two more white power chats. One from Neil Holstein. Ryan, what's your thoughts on the consistent problem NJP, National Justice Party? Okay, these guys here in this chat probably don't know what NJP is. Has with people wanting Mike Enoch to be replaced by Warren Bollock. Okay, you're asking the wrong. Like, I'm probably the most knowledgeable because I know what NJP is and I know who Mike Enoch is. I have no idea who Warren Bollock is because I
know who Mike Enoch is, but I don't know who the other guy is at all. So
yeah, and you probably don't know what NJP is.
Nope.
It's the National Justice Party.
Okay.
It's yeah.
Is it a little fashy?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, not
okay. Yeah, not Spoon and I are the two people who do politics here. We're both monarchists.
I live in a small island surrounded by white people, so I don't know.
Yeah. So I don't know. He sent $9, so I feel like I need to say something more to this. I've known Mike Enoch before TRS. Do you guys at least know what TRS is? Okay,
I do. Bill probably does.
Yeah. So
I have to
the right stuff.biz. My guess is if you saw the site, you'd recognize.
Bill used to use Stormfront back in the day, so
I was 14 in my defense.
Okay.
I didn't know it was a fed up at the time.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't have attended if it was.
So, well, look, I've known Mike Enoch from the before time. Like back when Mike Enoch, and I were making, sort of libertarian ANCAP stuff.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I don't know if Mike Enoch was. I think I was. Mike Enoch didn't really do that. So the thing is, people, I don't know exactly what the complaints against Mike Enoch are. But
I can tell you.
I know there's quite. Excuse me. I shouldn't have said that. I know what they are, but the basis of the arguments that he's fed, or he's
fed and he's Jewish and
he's
et cetera,
Jewish.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I don't know. That's a lot harder for me to believe because I've sort of seen the arc of his life sort of for the past, I don't know, 15, maybe 10 years.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time.
At a rate, and I've seen him sort of do his thing at a rate of 1 day per day, right? And so seeing his, being kind of a libertarian, and then there was a period in his life where he was quasi homeless.
I didn't know that part.
Then he got a job as a computer programmer. Then he married a woman who, and this is back when he was sort of ANCAP, so the fact that she was Jewish meant nothing to him, and it actually didn't mean anything. It actually didn't mean anything to him once he started to change his political views, right? Because she was his wife and he loved her, and he made sort of, the exceptions are fine, right? And so bringing up, oh, you were married to a Jew, that means you're blah 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 blah. It's
yeah, it's DNC stuff, though. You know.
Don't, I mean that, and the idea that he's like a Fed, or that he's some plant, or he's doing some weird conspiracy thing, it's so, how do you say it? It's so unbelievable if you've known him for as long as I have and seen sort of this, he would be if it's a Fed op, he would have to be doing a Fed op where he's slowly changing his mind on certain issues to me personally in DMs, day after day, day after day after day over the course of, I mean, it's not like I talk to him every day for 10 years, but you know you know what I mean.
No, I know what you mean exactly.
And so any of those accusations are just patently. I mean, you have to have like a real smoking gun on him. Like you'd have to have him like absolute not dead to rights, because he's been around for so long. He is as OG as you can get. So that's what I have to say about those accusations. Now, I don't know what the issue is with this Warren Bala guy or any other, I don't know, recent issues they have with Mike Enoch. I have no idea what those is, because I don't know about the goings on of the NJP really. But
I looked them up, and the first link is an ADL article, so about what I was expecting.
Okay, so that's a good endorsement. So they're probably doing something right. So that's I don't know. That's my thought on Mike Enoch, and that's really the only way I know how to respond to that. To this chat, because he sent $9, so I feel like you need to say something. And basically, it's just sort of a generic defense of Mike Enoch against these accusations he keeps getting, which are just bizarre. Right? There's bizarre accusations. Okay, and one more from Vinlander for $10 says, "What are your thoughts on Edward Dutton, aka the Jolly Heretic? You guys?"
I love Dr. Dutton.
I think he's fantastic. I think he has a great show. He is much more sort of witty on his feet than I am. You guys seem to cover similar subject matter. We do. We'd love to see a conversation between both of you. Yeah. I just, it's just one of those things I haven't really gotten around to. I think it would be fun. Hello. In every show he has.
Yeah.
And the little get ups. I think he's a great entertainer, and he also knows. He knows like a lot of things. Like he's a guy who knows things. Like there's some people who have like they have like a good skill. Like they're really good at statistics. But there's also people that just know things. I like to think that I'm sort of someone who knows things, but I watch his videos and he just says things that like he talks about, like in his book. I forget I forget the title of his book. What was his? It was a book on like on genius. Basically, it was about how geniuses are all like obsessed autists, and how universities suck because they don't cater to what geniuses are, which is like hermit obsessed autists. And one thing that
is true.
And one thing that he brought up that was or two things that I sort of remember from his book was that basically a great deal of the knowledge of like medieval English heraldry, like the foundation of that came from like one guy who was like really, for whatever, was like really into heraldry.
Just into it, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, so and you could say that that's like, oh, you're just a weirdo who's like into a thing, but like, and that would be true.
Well,
but
where
like,
else does knowledge come from?
Right,
if not,
right.
If not obsessive weirdos who were like,
Right.
I'm gonna just focus on this thing. It's gonna be my life work.
And the thing is, that's like, and that sort of if you look at humans as like a group evolutionary strategy, I mean, that's sort of like, that doesn't make sense if like you just have one person off in the woods who's like that, but it makes perfect sense if you have a huge number of people to have a few people like that. And
the university system is actually completely antithetical to that. Particularly, and weirdly enough, it's
increasingly
worse. Yeah. It's worse in higher levels because, at least in my experience, and I think mine is extremely common from everything I've read from other people, including in like medical fields.
Yeah,
is that
I was 4 and out, so I didn't go down any levels.
But the higher you go, the more you're required to socialize. The more you're required to like make connections with other scholars and attend all these events and do all this shit.
Which is like, and that's like the opposite of like what groundbreaking research is like. Basement dweller obsessed time.
And suck up to people and play pleasantry games, which is, again, if all you want to do is just like, I just want to research this thing and that's all I'm interested in, it totally selects against those types of people.
Right.
That's the point.
Oh, and the
point is to get someone socially adept who will sit at the top of the pile and will be able to curtail and to cat herd all the autists together and push them onto one specific thing that they feel needs to be done. And because these people who are more socially adept tend to.
But the problem is the autists are being excluded, though. That's the problem. Like the autists aren't going into
Yeah.
So
the people who excel at that are midwits who are good at pretending.
So a little bit above mid. Well, that's
above midwit.
Yeah, yeah, quite a bit above. You know, it's more like it's not necessarily that. It's not. The thing about this is what something Edward Dutton said, and he obviously he argues it way better than I can do, like off the cuff here. Was that genius is not just high IQ. That's a necessary but not sufficient. You also have it's high IQ plus obsessiveness, and he brought up an anecdote to sort of illustrate this about Isaac Newton. Apparently, Isaac Newton was at a party, and there were a whole bunch of people. They were talking and gabbing and doing like the upper crust party. So they were doing a party, and Isaac Newton was off in the corner, just sort of staring off into nowhere in particular. And this lady came up to him and said, "What are you doing? What's on your mind? What's going on?
What you thinking about?
What you thinking about?" And he said something about like some problem with like calculus or physics or something. And it was like, well, but that's what it is. Like he's thinking about it all the time. He's thinking about his work all the time because that's just the kind of guy he was. And so anyway, okay, so
here's one. Genius is genius only to you guys processing power on an intellectual level?
No.
What do you think that's more of a cultural trait that we do?
No, genius is that plus. Look, genius to me, genius is defined by your works, not your.
Because you don't ever think of athletes as geniuses.
No, I think genius is referring specifically to intellect, but I agree with it that you have a lot of people who. It was an Oozloo server where just the other night there was this high IQ loser bingo card or something like that. And one of the things that was very consistent on the bingo card, I didn't get bingo on it, even close, is that so many of them were like, I don't ever feel motivated. I never want to do anything. And I think that this is something I see so often across people who like claim to be, and this is nothing against people on Newsletter Server at all. I love the people over there in Cabal. But there are a lot of, I think who that bingo card is designed and aimed at, right? Is there's this idea amongst a lot of people who consider themselves to be highly intelligent, is that also, yeah, but I'm bored. I'm so bored by everything because I'm so smart. I'm too smart for, to be bothered with the mundanity of life.
Yeah.
And I have the exact opposite approach to that, which is that there's so much I don't know. There's always more. So it never stops. So I never stop.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, there's another study to read today.
So first off, I think that people with higher IQs are less likely to be bored. So what you have, first off, I think there's a lot of people who are saying, I'm really smart, but I'm bored. And those may be like fart sniffers and stuff. But if you have somebody who's like really, who has like, you give them an IQ test, they score like 140 plus, but they're not, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be interested.
They're going to apply it.
Yeah, they could just be. Well, I mean, they may apply it in a way that they like get a job and they're really good at like being a bank
social butterfly,
a bank manager or something. I don't,
Sure, yeah.
And they're really good at their job and the job's really easy for them, and that's it, right? So, but that person wouldn't be a genius no matter how high their IQ is because they're not interested in genius things. And so part of genius is kind of being, an asocial, obsessive hermit. I mean, to be frank. Anyway.
I mean, I tend to agree. All the people that I, in my graduate programs, like there were people who were very popular, I would say, in the program, who I'm sure like to get there, they had to have a certain degree of high intelligence,
right,
to be able to be successful scholars. I mean, in my program, the head of the department and two of the other people there are the three top published scholars in my entire field of human communication at that university. And so they just publish. They work all the time.
Oh yeah, that was another thing. Go ahead.
But they don't seem to even though they work constantly, they'll pump out these papers that are doing, in my opinion, and I've read them, very basic correlation level analysis, usually not really complicated experiments that take months to do, but just study after study after study, extremely prolific.
Big CV.
And so by that metric, they're considered the best scholars in the field, right?
Right.
However, at the same time, I never saw it like the second that it's 5:00, they're like, all right, bye, done. I'm done. I don't want anything more to do with this. I'm gonna go home and drink beers and watch the game, and I do not care about anything. They're not gonna sit up in the middle of the night thinking about a problem, right?
Right. And that's
the example.
And in my opinion, that's bad. Universities should be filled with people that don't care about the game and are just poured into their. That's what it. And but anyway, so that was. There's a super chat for you, or a white power chat for Aiden. It says, to Paladin, are you still in touch with Kraut? What happened? what happened back in 2017? Between
the
you
real
and
quick
Kraut?
TL.
Everyone knows what happened with me and Kraut. What happened with you and Kraut?
Oh, the real quick TLDR in it, I guess, as fast as I can and as succinct as I can put it, is I was in like a brief idea phase of myself, and it's been so long. I said before that I thought it was Naked Ape, but it wasn't. It was Braving Ruin, I think. It was either Braving Ruin or Naked Ape. I really can't remember which. To do like a podcast together, or like even a repeated show together.
Naked Ape. Naked Ape.
Was it Naked Ape?
Yeah. And
because Ape was in contact with him, and then all of a sudden I find out from a couple people that I was speaking to at the time that there was this server, this doxing server, and I'm a much smaller creator at the time. I freak out about that, particularly because even though I didn't, like, Kraut and I weren't talking, like, I don't think we'd ever actually had like a real conversation. I thought we were supposed to be friendly enough. We were in the same spheres of the internet where normally you would not expect someone to be going behind your back and trying to dox you and do that kind of stuff. And I know that people have come out after the fact and said, oh, there was no dox on the server, whatever. If you looked at it, it's like, here's our target list, and then a bunch of Discord threads with people's, names and aliases on them. And I'm like, well, that's weird. And it scared me. And I got into a call with Kraut to talk about it, to try and figure out what the hell was going on. He recorded the call without my knowledge. He then cut the call up so that, and if you listen to it, you can surely find it of Aiden Paladin crying. Well, it's because if that call sounds kind of weird to you, listen to it, even with just a little bit of carefulness. He's cut everything that he's saying out of it. So there's like weird jumps where all of a sudden I just start crying and stuff. It's because he's talking about how he's going to destroy me and ruin my life and all this shit.
Jesus.
And this all started, Ryan, do you know what it started out by? Is he posted that god-awful video, the first of his debunking the alt-right videos, where he talked about how trouts, the pregnancy in the trouts is very short. And all I did was
black people don't lay eggs.
Yeah.
Total lie. Total fucking
Probably
lie.
the most controversial thing he's ever said.
I'm pretty sure. Source, trust me, bro. Black people lay eggs. Okay, anyway. Go ahead.
All I did was just respond with a couple of like twin studies not just a couple, like with a comment on his YouTube video that had a bunch of sources on it. I'd say probably about 15 sources, as much as the comment would allow for.
Right.
With links to it, of being like, here's some information that might help you. I maybe was a little sarcastic in the comment. Actually, no, I'll be clear. I was probably quite sarcastic in the comment because he was getting roasted. But I wasn't trying to be mean to him at the time. I was like, I know you're doing a series. So here's some sources that might help. And then I was persona non grata. He deleted the comment as far as I know, because I've never been able to find it since. I guess he deleted the comment. I became one of his nemesis, that he had to go against. Do you
remember when he brought that guy? I forget who it was, but it was some like he had a whole bunch of fake academics who
yes,
where they had where someone brought up and said, well, what do you think about the central dogma of genetics? Or is it central dogma biology or central dogma of genetics? I don't know. I'm a history major. I don't know.
I'm not familiar even with this concept.
But the central dogma is basically like, this is how DNA replicates, and they call it the central dogma.
Right.
They were all like, central dogma. What? What are you talking about? We're not for dogma. We're for science. So they don't know.
Oh my god.
I thought that was funny. But another time was funny is
so tiresome.
There was another guy who came in who actually did have like a PhD in something. I don't know if it was, some sort of genetic subfield or
biogenetics
or something. Yeah. But he was then saying like, and this alt-type guy, he's saying that you can make heritability estimates without actually correlating them to specific genes.
But you can't make heritability estimates.
Right, and the guy who was on there was saying, no, that's pretty common.
It's pretty common.
In fact, that's basically how it's been done since like ever.
I mean, imagine the amount of money that you would need to spend.
And also the way science works is through something called predictive validity in terms of, that's how you called validating a theory. Does it make?
Well, you could go in and do the genetic studies, but guess how much that costs? It's a huge amount of time and money. You can use instead comparative modeling and predictive modeling to be able to figure this out without actually going in and doing the genetic research. It's the entire purpose of statistics.
But the problem with that you get really high heritability estimates that predict real world outcomes, and that's not very nice.
No, it said it's not very nice, and it doesn't make me happy about the results of those studies, by the way. I don't maybe some people it makes happy, but it doesn't make me go, yay, I'm so happy that these disparate outcomes are occurring for different people, because unfortunately that Flynn effect thing didn't really pan out the way you were hoping. But
it did for a while. Mm-hmm. But the way I sort of see that is like, it's like, are you pro flapper or anti? Like let's say you have some people who believe that you can sort of wag your hands up and down, and if you believe hard enough, you can fly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, obviously ridiculous belief.
Yeah,
there are some people who, and let's say you have some people who think that you can, and wouldn't it be really nice if we could all just fly by doing that? And then
but why do you have to go and ruin it?
And then you have some people who don't, and it's like, okay, well, I don't think that you can really do that. And it's like, okay, but are you, and
but would it be nice if you could?
Wouldn't it
then
be
you get called a racist.
No, but the thing about that is like, okay, so you don't think that people can fly despite like sort of wagging their hands and levitating, but do you really feel like happy about that? Do you get off to telling people that they can't fly? And that's sort of what it's like when people say, "Are you happy about heritability of intelligence?" It's like,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't even it doesn't register to me. Like it's like a non question to me. Like I'm not. Now to some people they're unhappy and it's like a bitter pill or something. But for me, it's neither. It's like.
Data just exists. So, any emotional valence that is being applied towards the data are being applied. It's not inherent in it. These are just numbers. These are just correlations or causal factors. These are R-squared values, whatever it is that you're looking at. It just exists. It has no emotional valence. And so I feel the same way you do in that I don't have feelings towards it. I think putting emotions and feelings towards numerical values is absurdist. But humans are prone towards that, taking it personally. That's why, like in every video, I have to go like, "Hey, hang on. This doesn't apply. Here's a statistical finding. This doesn't apply to any specific person." And you have to see that because even like I think people interested in watching my videos like are people interested in science. But even with that group of people, there is a proclivity to be like, I resemble that remark. And even it doesn't. It's not. I'm not castigating you. I'm not saying anything about you. I don't know you. It has nothing to do with you or any individual person. It's just a statistical average.
And one of the big like write-ups, like mini books that I wrote was like sort of the authorities and sort of taking the piss out of like peer review process and like university stuff in general. But one of the things that sort of led me to do that was a long time ago. I learned what a chi-square correlation was and sort of how to do it and all that years ago. I have no idea how to do it now. I've totally forgotten it.
I'd have to relearn how to do the chi. No, chi-square is pretty easy.
Chi-square. I don't know. See, I literally mispronounced. That's how. That.
Oh no!
But so I have no idea how to do it or how to even read it anymore. But I learned it a long time ago, thinking that I may need it. Never need it. So, but that sort of inspired me to think, hey, wait a minute. I wonder how much people forget what they learn. Like, how much do they actually remember? Because it didn't take very long for me to completely forget that. And that kind of inspired me to look into like knowledge retention to find out that basically if you don't use it, you lose it in about 5 years. In about 5 years. Yep. For me, even shorter. That's about right. but yeah. So which sort of calls into question like, so what's the point of the undergrad stuff anyway? Well,
I think a lot of that's just fluff. But to finish the Kraut stuff, the only things that have happened. So Kraut got canceled for the doxing server and. I was a weird kind of casualty of that in the way that I did fine afterwards, but people still believed like the crying call. Like people believe to this day that was a live stream. It wasn't. It was a private call that he recorded against my knowledge or will, and that he also edited, of course, before he put it out to really make me look like shit. But then Kraut came back and rebranded himself as he does like meme ball history videos now, I think.
Yeah.
And for years, I was being pressured by people to forgive him and to apologize to him. And I think actually Short Fat Otaku was, it was Short Fat Otaku was one of the big, I wouldn't say I'm beefing with him, but I think he's upset with me and has been for a while, kept telling me over and over, you have to go apologize to Kraut. You have to go apologize to Kraut. Well, I did, and Kraut's never responded to me because he's a spiteful German.
He's Austrian, isn't
he?
He's Austrian pretending to be a German.
I forgot he's an Austrian pretending to be a German, which is a dangerous thing to do. Yeah,
an Austrian pretending to be a German and being backed up by a
and Jewish.
Let's put it this way.
I didn't know
being backed up by Dev, a Chinese railway worker who, in between fistfuls of shepherd's pie, descends from his ivory tower to talk shit.
Okay. Tell us how you really feel.
But that's the last interactions I've had with Kraut. It's probably about 2 or 3 years ago. Probably 2 years ago, Dev was trying to get me to apologize to him, and I did, and he just never responded. Even though I did nothing wrong, in my opinion, but he blames me for his downfall.
And even though you did a video on how saying sorry does nothing.
Dude, he I don't know what's on DMs, like because he sent me some DMs. I don't know how much am I allowed to say in DMs of Kraut. I don't. Okay.
I mean, revealing his DMs. Why would you? He's totally divested himself from mainstream politics. He makes meme ball videos, and he's got like 600,000 subscribers now or something. He's doing quite well.
I know, it's depressing. Okay, well, anyway. So what was anyway? But okay. So I'll just sort of reveal the broad strokes. He was like accusing me of orchestrating a whole bunch of like, I don't know, a whole bunch of like ops against him. Like he DM'd me saying like, I know who you are, and he
everybody.
He thought he name dropped me. He thought he had doxed me. He didn't. But so he thought he had doxed me and revealed a name. I'm not going to reveal the name he chose because other people think that's me, and I don't want to. But anyway, but he thought I was like involved in like all these little things, and that I was involved in like the kiwi farms.
Yeah, he's paranoid as fuck.
And I was like, and so yeah, but
it wasn't just you. He did that to everybody. He did that to Coach Red Pill. He did that to JF. He did that to.
Wait, he did that to JF as well?
I'm sure. Yeah, I just seem to recall that at least. It's been years.
But he's confirmed. But he was confirming the stereotype. Jewish. Just saying.
I didn't know he was Jewish.
The lowest form of barbarian, the most degenerate race of all, Austrians.
I don't know. I hope he's doing better now. He seems to have calmed down on his paranoia.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just flipped out at everybody back then. I think my opinion on that strongly is that I think he got involved in like a bunch of these little Discord circles where people were just like whispering in his ear, Warden Tongue style, and he was just believing. And I can say that because I've had that happen to me with people being like, "Oh, specifically about Kraut. It's like Kraut said this about you, and he's playing another gay op," and it's like, what? Like, and it would freak me out. And then guess what? I removed myself from those kinds of people who were doing that kind of weird stuff, and it massively improved my mental health.
And suddenly the
really
world
did
became
people-
a lot clearer.
I had
Yeah.
people messaging me about you a couple of minutes ago.
But me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure, because they're
Saying like, look, Aiden is doing this and that. I'm like, I do not give a damn. I'm not a keeper.
yeah,
Because
first of
people
Oh,
all,
were
I am,
people-
and I don't give a shit either.
yeah,
Here you go, case in point.
Who's-
No, because people were messaging me because I did a video against, well, not against, but Short Fat Otaku was on Adam's Sitch's stream and just said like a whole bunch of shit about my political history. I'm like, what the hell are you smoking, kid? None of this what you just said is true. And I just made a video just saying like, no, this is all a bunch of bullshit. And then people were messaging me like, did you say something to girls in DMs like 5 years ago? And I'm like, let me get this straight. The opening line to that video is, I do not care for drama, it's cringe and gay. And in the middle of me making a video about someone bullshitting me about politics, you try to start drama with me in my DMs. You twat.
All of this stuff is an easy way to get away from the arguments in the actual science and the actual data, is to bring up pointless drama, nonsense bullshit. That was what Kraut was doing back then,
Fucking
and it's what
hippies.
people still try to do now. No, it's not hippies. It's just it's the nature of
This is
people
why I call
also.
everyone the F word, by the way. Because you have so much of it around, it's not even funny.
But
It was it. Okay.
it is what it is.
So what's this? This is a poll thing. I assume this is from poll. That I think, did Bill post this? I think Bill posted.
Oh,
this.
yeah, it's about the IQ
Yeah.
and recursion.
Other interesting phenomena about IQ involves recursion. For example, write a story with two named characters, each of whom have at least one line of dialogue. Most literal people can manage this, especially when you give them an example. Write a story with two named characters, each of whom have at least one line of dialogue. In the story, one of the characters must be describing the story with at least two named characters, each of whom have at least one line of dialogue. Okay, some more balls to juggle here. If you have less than 90 IQ, the second exercise is basically completely impossible. At a third level,
But-
go ahead. At a third
No,
level,
I'm struggling to understand the difficulty, but
well, yeah, I mean, it takes some. I mean, it makes some effort, but at a third level from the story, even IQ 100 start to get mixed up with the names and who's talking. Turns out,
Sherazad.
Hey, that's my IQ. Was an IQ test. Sherazad.
Scheherazade is it's kind of like modern equivalent would be like Cloud Atlas, where it's a story. It's people telling stories about people telling stories about people telling stories.
Sherazad is supposed to tell a story every night to the Sultan, right? And so it starts. It's a framework of that story of Sherazad telling a story to the Sultan every night, and then the story is within the story of that. It's nest egged, I guess.
Yeah, I get that. I can sort of understand that.
Yeah, it's Arabian Nights.
You know what was funny? When I was watching your video on the virtuous victim, and one of the questions you brought up is like, one of the questions brought up in the study was about counterfeit shoes. Like counterfeit, like do you think that's like immoral or moral or not? And I was thinking about that. It's like, I think there's a lot of people who would say that who would want like that the answer to that question would sort of depend on how, like what company are we talking about? Is this like Bob the local shoemaker? Yeah, I'd feel bad. But if it's Nike, frick Nike. I know what political parties they support. Yeah, screw them. I support anything that hurts
same
Nike.
way.
So a lot of these questions are kind of like
I mean, there's studies that are aimed at normies to, to get the average person to understand it. And
I
the
get
whole
it.
point of point of that particular question was, is that if you're wearing like something that looks like a name brand shoe, it's going to bestow upon you certain social
I guess.
power, maybe not power is correct, but social points, clout, if you will. And right, yeah. So you with your Tims, like, so are you? Is it ethical to pretend to have clout that you don't actually have? I think that's what they were trying to do, and the shoe idea was the best thing they could come up with.
Oh.
If you didn't notice, that was in a series of 17 experiments. So I think maybe at some point they weren't coming up with the best exemplars.
I mean, that just seems so weird.
Kind of running out of ideas.
I don't like. I mean, would you care if somebody you knew was wearing? Hey, Hayden, don't tell anybody. But these Nike shoes, they're not really Nike shoes. Like,
I think weirdly some normies would care.
Okay.
Because it's like, oh, so you're lying to me about your status? I'm trying to think of what would be a better way of framing that study in a way that isn't so normified.
I mean, it's so. I don't know if is that really normie. I mean, that just seems so stupid.
Some people really care about sneakers.
Okay, I've got a good example. Fake EOTech sites on firearms and firearm circles. When you got like some Chinese knockoff stuff.
But that wouldn't help normies either.
And
but it would be
poor.
That's not more of a status. That's more like
well,
it's more technicality. It's not as proficient as.
There's a heavier degree of function involved.
Yeah,
I can give
that's
perfect example.
Like, is it just fronting, or is it a practical aspect? Are you running some like Chinese knockoff of a site that's not going to hold 0 for 5 seconds and
that's true.
Shoot like an absolute jackass?
Yeah.
I can actually give a perfect example that does go back to fashion, but which would not be understood by any normie. Is that I used to use the cosplay and Lolita board on 4chan because I used to be a cosplayer.
Okay.
And I know, like I said, this would make sense to normies. But these dresses, these Japanese, like, Lolita dresses, they cost a good chunk of change. Like on average, like $300 to $500 per dress. Okay. It's a decently expensive dress. And it's all about the prints that have, I don't know, oh, this one has cupcakes on it, and this one has little deer and little bunnies and stuff. Very, very girly, gay shit, okay?
Sure.
But there is a huge industry in making knockoff prints. And in the Lolita community, if you are wearing a knockoff print, those bitches can spot if that is an off print within 5 seconds. So it's, they're like, I know that's off print.
They can gather with.
They can see it.
Millimeter.
I've never understood it. I've never personally understood it, but I've watched them in the threads be like, that's off print. That's off print. That's, because it's a sign of status within the Lolita community. I have this rare print that was only sold for 3 months or something, and it was $1,000 for this jumper skirt or whatever. So there is an element of power and status that is conveyed by the shoe. It's a shitty. It's not like my Lolita thing would be any better. That definitely wouldn't make sense to normies.
I can sort of understand. I mean, in a way, that could sort of be like it becomes like a currency.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay, here's old man Ryan in here. Beanie Babies.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like rare Beanie Babies became like a kind of currency at some point. So, and
they were speculated. Beanie Babies are kind of an early, pre-crypto thing, right? Speculative currency.
Yeah, it's too bad. Like a lot of the audience just not gonna know. Doesn't have the experience of the Beanie Baby craze and how crazy how that was.
People were buying them thinking they were going to appreciate in value massively.
Yeah, I know a guy who bought like a whole bunch. He had like this big old tub full of like Beanie Babies, and he put like cloth things between them to preserve them and hid them and kept the tags on, kept the box. Did they come in boxes? I don't even remember. But kept like the
they just came. As far as I remember, they just came.
Okay, but they had like the little the TY tag. So it kept all the tags on them and all that stuff. They sold
protectors for the tags and all this whole shit.
Yeah.
In reality, like there's only like 2 to 3 of them that are actually worth their salt.
Ever worth any money.
Yeah, and so he bought a whole bunch thinking that they would appreciate in value, and then they didn't. So I just remember that was a funny.
How's people who hoarded copies of X-Men #1 doing?
Well, I was going to say, I was about to bring up comic books were the same way. It's because the Silver Age, Golden Age, Silver Age comic books, particularly when the Marvel movies started to come out and comic books really regained popularity in like the late 90s, those comic book prices all shot through the roof. And so people were like, well, all of my comics must be worth money. No, no, not even a little bit.
Yeah.
The Silver Age and Golden Age comic books are worth money because in the 60s and 50s, these were penny comics that people just threw away afterwards. So nobody collected, very few people collected them. That's why they're worth money.
And earlier pulps, which were during World War II being handed in to make wood pulp.
It's a limited number that
the
exists.
idea is to read it once and throw it away because it's just taking up space.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so that's what it
going off into a weird direction for a minute.
So yeah, so from Kraut we started comics and stuff like that.
So Operation Northwoods then.
Okay, you want to talk? Operation Northwood was Cuba.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a plan by the CIA that went across the desk of JFK.
That wasn't Bay of Pigs.
And that's what it's alleged that Bay of Pigs was involved.
Okay.
Bay of Pigs was directly after it. JFK was so disgusted with what he found, he basically planned to rip apart the CIA thereafter, and that's what, bad things happened. People bought bullets from various directions.
That's one direction. You don't trust the Warren Report?
Oh, no.
I refuse to believe that a Carcano hit a target. But the important stuff with that is, okay, there's an itemized list of the stuff they plan to do. And it includes things like, okay, I'm just going to roll down a list here. They had planned to sneak onto the USS Indianapolis, completely fill the bottom with naphthalene, which is a pesticide that once you heat it, it sublimates, goes directly from solid to gas, and blow and just burn the whole thing with everyone on board.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't the only. They were planning to literally just have a bunch of false flags on U.S. soil and attacking colonies of Britain as well, like Trinidad and Tobago, to try and justify invading Cuba en masse. They were recruiting Cuban saboteurs. They were making contact with Cubans on Castro's side to try and goad them, or in some cases paying them to attack American sites.
Right.
That's quite fucked up.
They were setting up mortar sites around Guantanamo Bay to shell it.
Yeah.
And then blame the Cubans for it. And it gets even worse. They had it so carefully organized that they even had their little mottos and stuff that they had planned to use. They had planned mock funerals for the fake personnel who had supposedly died on site. They were burning and trying to burn and blow up ammunition dumps, and they planned essentially they hired tons of local Cubans to stage a fake invasion of Guantanamo Bay as a facility, and also planned the mop operation and capture of these fake militants that they had backed, so that they could justify it. And they even had the motto they were using to try and push it on the civilian side was "Remember the Maine," because I think it's the USS Maine was one of the ships that were going to sink and kill every single person on board.
Yep.
And there's even sub operations like Operation Bingo, Operation Dirty Trick, which are the
Gladio was brought up in the chat, which I could talk about Operation Gladio as well, which is more recent. I mean, that's Cold War stuff as well, but
oh yeah, there's
Jamaica. They were gonna call terrorist attacks in Jamaica, Trinidad, and Tobago.
Yeah.
Operation Gladio was the same thing, but it was supposed to be done. But it was done in collaboration between NATO and the CIA. To I can read you directly what it says here in this document. That research has revealed secret armies have existed across Western Europe during the Cold War, coordinated by NATO. They were run by the European Military Secret Police in close association with the US CIA, British Foreign Secret Service, and MI6. A fascinating new study shows how the CIA and British Secret Service, in collaboration with the military alliance NATO and European Military Secret Services, set up a network of clandestine anti-communist armies in Western Europe after World War II. In some countries, the secret army linked up with right-wing terrorist groups who, in a secret war engaged in political manipulation, harassment of left-wing parties, massacres, coup d'etats, and torture.
Sometimes.
The gentleman behind Northwards was Lyman L. Lemonitzer, who would go on to be a general and was one of the people involved in, what was the name of the the Rockefeller Report, which was the massive investigation into the CIA and the shit they were up to. He was one of the people in charge of it, despite being a CIA head himself. He got removed from his position of power because he kept bugging JFK to let him do Operation Northwoods. Like, he was so keen to slaughter a bunch of innocent people on his own country soil that he got fired for it from the CIA. To get fired from the CIA is an achievement.
Especially for being too barbaric.
Yeah, so you're too much of a blood simple scumbag to be in the CIA.
Yeah.
These are just so many examples of this. Like, Operation Gladio and Operation Northwoods are completely declassified now. The United States government has admitted that these things are accurate.
By the way, why does the UN have a secret military police? Are we going to gloss over that one?
Yeah.
I hate the Antichrist. I hate the Antichrist. I hate the Antichrist.
Yeah. There's and that kind of reminds me a little bit of, sort of trying to maneuver the enemy into attacking you seems to be like a pretty common thing. In fact, it's not even just the U.S. like Ukraine, right? Now, see, that's I don't know. I don't want to. I'm kind of my initial react because what happened there is that Donetsk and Luhansk had broken off, and the Ukrainian government
and Crimea. Crimea was
no, Russia had already taken Crimea.
Yeah.
But Donetsk and Luhansk had broken off, and the Ukrainian government was about to invade, and like, I don't want to see. My view is that Putin should have let the Ukrainian government invade before invading, and the problem, there's so much fog of war though that I'm really because like
from what I've been told, they were shelling the place like 5 years.
Yeah,
they had been shelling it constantly.
Right, but now they were gonna actually like do a full like division, like multiple divisions, like real like military invasion, right? Like what we would call like a real invasion. They're about to actually go in there.
I guess you have to look at it from Putin's perspective of, that they were going to do that. Do you take the first act, or do you wait for them to respond?
To get in a stronger position when they can fuck you over harder,
Yeah.
But also potentially lose a lot of ground.
Yeah, when Russia's major thing is defense in depth, which relies on holding the ground to begin with.
Yeah. My suspicion is that Putin was listening to his generals, which most of the time is what you should do, but in this time it may have been like a time for a political leader to overrule the general, to put the army at perhaps an immediate tactical disadvantage, but have like a much better, because Ukraine's chance of victory depends on support from the West, like entirely.
Yeah,
entirely.
So by waiting for Ukraine to make the first move, you make that support less likely. Now, obviously, there's still going to be try to spin that. There's still going to be a lot of interest in propping up Ukraine, but
Ukraine is President Joe Biden's personal piggy bank.
But
the way that much of the West has been corruptly laundering money for over 2 decades now.
But support for Ukraine has its limits, though. And,
it does, yes.
Oh, yes.
And I think they're kind of brushing up against these limits, especially when they start asking like the Czech Republic to chip in. It's starting.
It's over $111 billion spent internationally towards Ukraine. The last time I checked the numbers, which has been probably a month or two now.
I think it's higher, but
that was the reported numbers, I think, like a month or two ago, and I'm sure it's been higher. We're also talking about not that is in the financial aid. That's not including the military aid, which technically, why the fuck are any of these European and Western countries giving military aid to a non-NATO nation?
Well, because it's in the interests of protecting NATO from Putin,
allegedly.
From Putin, who's planning to steamroll all the way to Paris. Apparently,
that's and yet I have seen no evidence of that. And yet I have seen no evidence of that.
Yeah. Well, and there also wasn't evidence of it in at a different time when instead of Ukraine it was Poland, and instead of a Russian minority it was a German minority.
Well, that's the exact argument that's been made, and
it's the same playbook. And of course the argument, they make that argument and they say, well, look, when Hitler didn't, say Putin's going to stop at Ukraine. Well, Hitler didn't stop at Poland. He went on to Paris. But
that's the exact same argument,
right? But of course we know he went to Paris because they declared war on Germany. So it's
right.
Anyway,
well, finally we know who was in Paris.
Right? How we know it was Paris.
Otherwise, you can say the exact same thing if you were Russian about the Americans. You can say, look, they fabricated evidence about WMDs and then they attack people.
Well,
you can say the same thing. They're arming the crap out of the
US.
Ukrainians. What do you think they're going to do with those weapons? They're going to attack us.
And also, they just released the Merchant of Death, who now has access to all of the unaccounted for munitions.
By the way, I heard a rumor. I don't know if this is true, but I almost hope it's not, just because, my God, it would make me hate him even more. There was a rumor going around that Zelensky he apparently sacked a bunch of people because they were complaining that his cut from the donations that he's essentially getting from the West is too much.
I mean,
on a personal level, I'm like, you fucking piece of shit. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was actually true.
I mean, I don't know, and it's difficult to understand that, but Operation Northwoods goes back to this same thing of fucking around with Russia via proxy of Cuba, and this has been happening for.
They were willing to kill English and American citizens to do it.
Yes, and throwing people into a wood chipper to facilitate this bizarre clandestine political goal of. I don't even know what it's about at this point.
What?
I honestly don't know what it's about.
On the subject of American domestic self-terrorism.
It's global liberal hegemony, which has always been, well, at least for the last 100 years, has been America's stated goal, is to spread democracy everywhere like a delicious, beautiful AIDS, and just without any really concern of who is harmed in the process of your
I did listen to one general lately, and he said Russia will eventually win. That is inevitable. But he said, like, the way that the news is being orchestrated right now, he said that from what he's seeing, his belief is that it's priming we did our best story. He said, like, in a couple of weeks you're going to see it more and more in the press, right, that it's just going to die out.
Valiant effort.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, I always thought it was this idea that, like, Ukraine is. I mean, you see a lot less of it now. It's getting harder.
It's here in the narrative.
It's getting harder and harder to say Ukraine is winning. But earlier on, you had people saying, "Oh, the Russian army is being destroyed. Look, blown up tank, blown up. They're getting wrecked," and all these reports. And so it was easier to make that case. But so it's always so weird to me, and seeing these, like, YouTube military channels going, and these people who supposedly go into depth using all these, like, publicly available battle maps, which are
which are all
which are
I couldn't believe that.
Which
shit.
These are complete crap. But it's but one thing that it just seems so obvious to me, because I was looking at just, like, the Wikipedia numbers, right, where they say, here's the number of combat troops the Ukrainians have, here's the number of combat troops the Russians have, and on the Wikipedia page, apparently the Russians had fewer combat troops than the Ukrainians. I don't know if that's true or false, but the point is, there's not any evidence one way or another to say one army is bigger than the other, right? So if we can't really say one army is bigger than the other, and yet the Russians are taking ground, that makes it really unlikely that they're taking more losses than they're inflicting. Now,
this is weird.
I mean that does happen. That did happen, like in Finland, in the Soviet invasion of Finland. So it's not it's not like it never happens. But in this situation, there's no real evidence that the Russians had more troops going in, and yet they're advancing in terms of ground. So the idea that they're taking more casualties than losses, just that is like, okay, doesn't that feel like really unlikely? You know, they're taking more losses, but it's like, I don't know. It just seemed weird to me.
I would say that it also does seem a little bit weird in that, like, well, not weird, but obviously Russia's been largely stalled since pretty much the beginning of the invasion. They've been stalled. They have lost some ground. They usually regain it. Well, again, from what we hear from, because you can't trust Russian sources and you can't trust, Western sources, but it does seem to me from the aggregate of both is that Russia has gained ground and they gained ground initially and then they've lost ground. Now, the reason why I would suggest that probably is because the entirety of the West is pumping money and weapons. I just talked about this the other day, is that the British Army or British government recently just ratified giving depleted uranium rounds to Ukraine. Which is some kind of like, what the fuck shit.
So we can turn Ukraine to an even bigger shithole than it is now.
I mean, like, do you want to pump depleted uranium into the Dnieper River? Great, excellent.
Sure, Turkey will appreciate that when it fucking flows down to them.
Yeah. Well, I think, yeah. Well, so
can I ask you guys something? Because I've been wondering about this because I see comments on my channel about this as well. When people say the Russian army is incompetent and drunken buffoons basically run it, I always wonder, like, where do you get this? What is your metric for incompetent? Because I remember people saying, oh, they're going to take Ukraine in 2 weeks. And I don't remember any Russians saying that. That was the West that said that.
That was Gonzalo Lira saying that.
Yeah, that was, to be fair. Look,
that was Coach Red Pill
to be fair, look, I've known Coach for 5 years. I consider him to be a friend. We haven't talked in a long ass time, but like, yeah, he was making pretty ludicrous.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, look, I was a little bit surprised at the stalling. Because the thing is, I was like looking at the map, and I was looking at like the rapidity of the early gains, and I was thinking like, oh, this looks a lot like the German invasion of Poland. This is going to be over in 2 months. That's what I was thinking.
At the very beginning, it looked that way for like the first 2 weeks.
And I was wrong. But Coach Red Pill was a little bit, I don't know. He was like, he was saying that it's going to be even quicker than that. It's like, okay,
I don't know why. I actually don't know why he ever did that. When it's like your whole family is in Ukraine.
Yeah,
your wife is from there. Your children are
there,
and you're gonna talk shit about the Ukrainian government, call them a bunch of pussies, and be like, bless Putin, come and invade, and it's like, whoa, dude, what a bad idea.
You need to be careful, buddy. At least get out of Ukraine before you start saying that. It was funny. He was in Kiev.
Then he moved to Kharkiv.
Well, not on his own volition. He was spirited away to Kharkov, and I heard that, and I was like, because the thing is, like, I read way too much about World War II. I know where, so I hear that it's like, oh, I know where Kharkov is, and I know what Kharkov is gonna become, right? So they moved it from Kiev to like what is probably gonna be pretty soon a frontline city. Because Kharkov was an area that went back and forth between Germany and the Soviet Union. Like, yes, this was like the third battle of Kharkov, the fourth. There's like five battles of Kharkov because it was in this it was in like this logistic location that was like that just happened to be one that tended to go back and forth a lot. And I was thinking, oh, that's probably going to happen again this time. So it's like, but
I like Gonzalo. He's always been like a good friend to me.
But that ended up not being the case. I was thinking, is he going to be conscripted and sent to go clear
People
land?
thought he was dead for like 3 months.
Are they going to send him to walk across minefields or something?
Oh God!
But no, that ended up not.
Is he still in Ukraine, or did he get his family out?
I don't know.
I think he's still there.
I think he still is. I haven't heard anything from him in a little while. But I remember when he was doing those live streams and people were like, what the fuck are you doing, Gonzalo?
He's like, I'm the only one in a hotel. Yeah, because everyone else is left because they might die. That might be the reason why they're not there.
It's like,
but it was still...
I'm not sure. Have you?
Not a great idea.
Have you read about constitutional rights in Ukraine? I haven't, but I have a suspicion.
I have actually.
I have a suspicion.
I don't think Zelensky has.
They're not as.
I actually have.
They're not as robust as the U.S. That's my suspicion.
They're certainly not. I actually have heard about constitutional rights in Ukraine because I made a giant fucking video about this why this happened. It's weird. It's one of those. I think it's one of the most contentious quote unquote videos I've ever made because it just made people angry. And I think that, I mean, I'd never take it down, obviously, but I think in like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, whenever, even if I'm done making YouTube videos, that video is going to hit people real different from how it hit when it came out. Because at the time, people were just like, no, Ukraine has done nothing. There's been no Russia is the aggressor with no reason whatsoever. The West has done nothing, absolutely, to inspire this animus, and it's all just completely Putler trying to, take over for no. Because people who say stuff like that also think that Hitler had no reason to invade, and even though I think that Hitler was incredibly,
this is dangerous ground.
The thing is back then. And also on my YouTube channel, and the stream is gets taken down. Also, I did a video on this, and the thing is, I think in terms of getting, in terms of the content you're allowed on, I think you can actually make, apologia for the Hitler regime. I'm
not making apologia for Hitler. I'm saying from his perspective. I don't
view apologia as a pejorative thing. You can defend but I think you're on YouTube. I've been able to defend the Hitler regime in terms of their geopolitical things.
What they thought they were doing.
Yeah, like basically the Hitler regime was, in my opinion, justified in invading Poland. And as for Denmark and Norway and the Low Countries, that's more debatable because we know why he did, but then it's like, do you want to defend that? I
wouldn't defend any of it. I would just say
that's a bit more gray. The invasion of France, that's defensible.
That's because they're French fucking.
I wouldn't openly defend any of it, but if we're talking about
not defend as in like I like it. Oh, yeah,
they were right.
I'm pro this. It's right. more of like, this is kind of like normal. This is a historically normal thing for regimes to do given the situation.
And you have to put yourself. You have to try to. And I know it's difficult, and I'm sure it's very difficult for people who can't imagine that they didn't eat breakfast this morning, but try to put yourself into the position of being in Hitler's position. After the Treaty of Versailles and coming into power the
invasion of Poland was more like the Russians in the Donbass. It was, but except instead of Russians in the Donbass, it was Germans in Posen. It was the ethnic German minority, and there was the Red Cross and some U.S. organizations came in and they gave some estimates. Okay, don't quote me too strictly on this because I'm probably getting the numbers wrong, but basically the numbers from Red Cross and some U.S. organization, I forget the name of the U.S.-based organization, they said that somewhere around 5,000 ethnic Germans had been killed from like 1918 to like 1938 when they did.
That was about the reporting, in which case that was incensing
the
German population.
But then after the war, a Nazi, some Nazi special task group went in to assess the number of Germans killed, and they said like 40,000. So I'm biased in favor of the Red Cross, right, and not
as am I, rather than the Nazi German assessment.
So yeah.
However, if from your perspective, and this is actually something that applies very, very much to the Russia-Ukraine situation. So if you're an average German citizen and you are being told, because you've been given information at the time, whether or not it's accurate, that there are your people, fellow Germans, let's say fellow Americans or whatever, people of your same group who are living in another country who are being exterminated then it will mobilize. It's a good way to mobilize people towards military action against them. It's the exact same thing that has happened now in Russia and Ukraine, is that the Russian people were led to believe, not without good reason, that ethnic Russians were being discriminated against in Ukraine because they actively were being discriminated against. They were not allowed to use the Russian language in any kind of formal documentation. As far as I had seen, there was discrimination happening even on the street level against people in Donetsk and Luhansk. Crimea was taken, but same stuff. And one of the reasons why Crimea, there's a lot of reasons why Crimea was taken.
Here's another parallel. Texas and Mexico.
Yeah, here.
There you go. Perfect parallel to the Germany and Poland and Russia and Ukraine. Texas and Mexico. Right?
Exactly.
The difference is there wasn't an international community backing Mexico.
No.
And right. So
not then, but it's the same thing of coming in. Our people are being people of our nation, people of our ethnicity, whatever it may be, are being discriminated against. So we need to come in and do something about it. And and that was
and what I'll say is
the invasion of Poland.
Even with the low estimates, it's still like we can say it's like the number of ethnic Germans that were killed in Poland is like 2 9/11s. You know, maybe that's a way to sort of describe it better. Is like how many 9/11s were done to your ethnic people. Now, in terms of Russians,
that's how Americans measure everything in 9/11.
Yeah. So
anything but the metric.
So basically, the number of Germans. Now, granted, the number of Germans who were killed in Poland at the time. This was over a period. It was like 2 9/11s over a period of like 20 years. So it's spread out quite a bit more, not in one afternoon. But that was the. So there's a bit of justification there, and I think most Americans would have that. Certainly, like Pearl Harbor was what? How many Americans got killed in Pearl Harbor? Does anyone remember that? Hello?
No,
about 2,500.
2,500. Okay, so that's like a 9/11 right there. So
yeah. What makes me laugh about this whole situation is the same people who are sending arms and armor over to Ukraine now, the same people who, when the 2015 revolution happened and a bunch of Ukrainian refugees came out of Ukraine and to the next war-torn country, like you're meant to as a refugee, they turned them away at the border. In some places, they were threatening to shoot them.
Damn.
To turn them away, like with the Ukrainian refugees in 2015. And now, I assume mainly because the people who were coming out of Ukraine at the time probably had stories to tell that were probably counter to the narrative at the time.
Yeah, but it also creates a problem for like a manpower shortage in Ukraine, because apparently there's only like 20 million people in Ukraine now, something like that. Like it's really depopulated now. So
yeah, I've heard something that their young male demographic is basically gone.
Yeah,
it's because like something like a quarter of the country's men are not in the country, like some insanely high number.
Yeah,
I don't know where I was.
I remember it's Eastern Europe. A lot of them will come to Western Europe to work and send them back. So they were out off site at the time, and they are not. Like, would you go back into the fucking meat grinder?
This war that honestly makes no sense.
As much as the Ukraine loves to post fucking snuff films on Twitter and turn the place into a fucking live leak every week, they don't seem to be doing that great, considering that Russia sent 100,000 people into Ukraine in that initial thing, and the next batch they're talking about is 500,000.
Yeah.
Well, and again, you can't believe all of that because Putin. Well, that's
the
it's a lot of fluff. It's a lot of lying. You know,
I mean,
gonna lie and puff themselves up.
You can't necessarily believe that, but 500,000 is certainly believable from a population of about 140 million.
Russia certainly has the capacity to mobilize to that degree, even though
they're still on their first batch of reserves. They're not using the regular army yet.
No, they're not even using the regular. Which, well, according to Russia, at least that's the case. But the West says that's all lies, and Russia actually that they have massive numbers of troops just abandoning their forces and running away. There's tons of Russian men, which is probably true to a certain degree, I'm sure.
Because you're sending in the people who
don't
would
want to be conscripted.
Let's face it, like. If this was still like the Soviet bloc era, they'd still be called Lumen Proles, the people they sent in.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, if there was a U.S. operation
It's a lump and bullet.
in Canada, if there was like a U.S. invasion of Canada, and it started to stall out, and then our great glorious leader. Well, that's a difference because Putin is definitely more popular in Russia than Biden is in the U.S.
But you get.
But even if, but
He
even
used to be the most popular world leader on the planet up until this happened. He was literally one of the most popular.
Yeah, but even if, like, say, Donald Trump, someone who probably has more deep support in the U.S. than Joe Biden does, even though Joe won the election in terms of like.
At least in the military, for sure. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but in terms of like people who really support the guy, I think there's more people who really support Trump than really support Joe Biden. Even though there's more people who would vote for Joe Biden, there's more. But if Trump started saying we gotta invade Canada, I'd be like, no. I think
I've been working on the railroad.
I think you find a lot of people in Mexico. You see a big Mexican movement.
Obviously, the support for Joe Biden was not support for Joe Biden. It was anti-Trump.
Yeah.
Which is not support for, it's antithesis against. So that does not I would believe a lot of patriotism or willingness to sacrifice for somebody that you didn't vote for, you voted against the other party.
Another thing like what's an American is another problem. Like what's a Russian is a little bit clear, but like what's an American? I
think there used to be a pretty clear idea of
what but not now, not anymore,
not
right?
Now.
So
that's been disassembled over time.
So that's another problem, is that like Americans are being oppressed. Like, okay. So Chinese.
No, we're just a big melting pot of people who have nothing, who all hate each other. I mean, the Black Lives Matter riots of 2019 and 2020, I think they did irreparable harm to the whatever cohesion there was in the idea of the American melting pot,
right?
Because it's not stopped. I mean, the outright violence has de-escalated to a certain degree, but only to a certain degree.
And I know that like Facebook and Twitter is not the world, but I mean, this is I've noticed a change, at least on the internet, that there's a lot fewer people who would be like, yeah, I'd go to defend, I'd rally around the flag to go.
That's not.
Like, that's not true anymore.
Where I see it the most is not on Facebook nor Twitter. It's on Reddit, and only on Reddit.
But see,
because there are pictures on there.
But see, now
they're not going to do it.
But the problem is you're relying on shit libs, and are they gonna go, or are they just signaling? Like if you have
karma,
some of them have gone, and they've gotten hundreds of their own people killed as a result of like posting where they are, posting pictures of where they are without scrubbing the metadata. So the Russian military just goes, "Oh, that's hilarious!" Click and drop some mortar on them.
Yeah, but even if they do scrub the metadata, like they could probably triangulate. I remember there was on Poll. Do you remember there was this guy who had this flag, which was, I forget what the flag said. It said something.
Oh, he will not divide us.
What?
The he will not divide us thing?
And you saw, and he put the flag in various places, and the Poll people always found it, and they went in and they grabbed it, and they found out where it was.
Shia had a mental breakdown over it.
But eventually what he did is he put it in the ground, like in the middle of a field somewhere, put a camera right under the flag, just staring at the sky. The Spurgs on Poll calculate
triangulated it based on
airplanes, based on airplane
background noise and like star charts.
Yes.
Autism is unstoppable. Okay,
they almost got there was one in Liverpool as well, which they almost got, but they tried to get a guy climbed onto the top of the building it was on, climbed up the flagpole to realize that it was a nylon flag and he hadn't brought scissors. And it was cable tied in place, so he couldn't get it off. I think at one point they sent up a drone with a flamer on it. It was a blowtorch on a drone, and they nearly got it, but the security detail got it.
Oh man, that's funny. But so even if they scrub the metadata, they could probably, if you say like, okay, if you just have like trees in the background or like clouds or something.
But just imagine the incomprehensible. It's not even hubris. It's that for these people who are going over to Ukraine or who are supporting Ukraine in this kind of way, that they are so disconnected from the reality of warfare. Thinking, I'm gonna take a selfie and post it on Reddit when you're in an active war zone.
I'm in a war zone.
And it's a picture of them, all these Ukrainian military types from Azov Battalion, sat in a gymnasium in a school.
Oh,
which God. I found is another thing they love to do is to just set up shop in in schools, in like municipal areas.
Well, that's intentional, I would say.
Yeah, it's the same shit that the Germans were doing when they invaded here. They would build bunkers underneath like markets and schools and churches so that they couldn't be shelled.
That's something that Bill could elaborate on more in depth. But when the Germans are trying to invade Guernsey, which Guernsey is a small island in the Channel in between Europe and the UK or England, and the Nazis invaded, and what the people did is there was resistance, they held up in schools and churches because they knew
that it was the Germans who were holding up in churches.
Oh, the Germans were. It was the other way around. Sorry.
Yeah, they were building their bunkers directly underneath municipal areas. We did not have the benefit of enough people to mount a major resistance. We just kind of ferry things here and there.
But because the idea was you wouldn't want to shell your own churches and gyms and local infrastructure.
Didn't stop Winston Churchill when asked if he wanted to prioritize freeing the islands. He just said, "Nah, let them starve." That's legit.
Right? Yeah. Legitimate quote from Churchill about the islands. Yeah, let them starve.
Because he when they were trying to get information, when the first commando operations from the British was what's called Operation Ambassador. Blanked on everything there. Operation Ambassador was an attempted infiltration mission here in Guernsey, and it was so laughably botched that it legitimately nearly sunk the entirety of the commando program. And Churchill held a grudge the rest of the war over it. They sent people to an island they had surveillance equipment that was too heavy to move by hand. It needed to be moved with municipal equipment. Most of the people who went couldn't swim on an island mission. They went on inland. All they managed to do was cut one telegraph line. They knocked over a granite wall in one of the lower parishes and built a kind of a barricade. They jumped a local dude whose accent was so thick they couldn't understand him, so they just beat the shit out of him instead. Look at Operation Ambassador. I'm sorry, it is a fucking comedy skit of it. They did not encounter a single German until they tried to row a boat out to one of the other littler islands, sank, and were all captured.
We found a German. The German's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, we're leaving." All right.
I'm just imagining it's like just a member of the British Commandos, one of the most elite members of the Special Forces in the UK, wakes up on a beach having just been nearly drowned to be surrounded by a bunch of very confused German guards.
I don't know. I wonder, did the Germans even know an invasion was happening?
No, because they hadn't encountered them. They went into the southern parishes, southwestern parishes, away from the rest of
the invasion.
They'd never encountered them.
The invasion failed before they even.
They just brutalized a bunch of locals and caused a bit of trouble.
That's terrible, but it's funny.
It's fucking. Look! If everyone watching, look up Operation Ambassador.
There's some funny stuff about the Guernsey. Funny in that the insanity of it, the Guernsey resistance to the.
I should stress that all the jokes I make about us eating Germans are jokes and not actual fact. I do them. Sure. I make them all up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We were going down onto the beaches to collect seaweed and seafood so often that they started mining the beaches because they were frightened we were just going to swim into another place.
To be fair, there's so much seafood here that I don't know how they thought they were going to starve you out.
Yeah. All right. I need to see a man about a horse, so I'll be back in a sec.
Understandable. How are you doing, Spoon?
I'm editing a book.
Oh, right. How's that going?
Going pretty well. It's a bit tedious, but for some reason it's oddly relaxing.
Spoon is editing a book written in, when was it written? Early 1900s?
31, I think.
Later than I thought, but just basically, there's no e version of this book, so he's
yeah, at least not any comparable quality that I would deem.
right.
I don't even know where you're on YouTube. Or?
We're on YouTube or on a couple different platforms. What is the book about, Spoon?
I
read a couple passages from it, and it was very enlightening. I liked those passages.
Yeah, it's a book called The Good Pagan's Failure by Rosalind Murray. I don't know where it was a comment. I think it was in one of my. It's either a video that I watched or someone in my comments section mentioned it, and I went, "That sounds." The name of the book sounds interesting enough, and I went to look on LibGen because that's where you go. You should look for books, and it wasn't there. And I went, "Okay, if it's not there, and it isn't on Archive, I'm fucked." And there was one on Archive, but it wasn't the best quality. I'm like, okay, I need to do some work here.
What's the book about, though, Spoon? If you could give us a...
You can probably guess by the name of the title. It was, I think, by the sounds of I think she was a fiction writer. And I think this was one or two works she's done that was more well-view. And I'm not sure, but I think she was I imagine an atheist turned Catholic. I don't know how, but there was one in the opening pages that I read that made me go, "Oh my God, that is the way that we see the left nowadays." And it's really creepy when you read something that's like 80 years old, and it applies to the modern day perfectly. It's probably why they don't tell you to read older stuff. Because if you do, that looks rather clairvoyant.
Yeah.
By today's standards, and it is odd that you can read certain heretical works. Like I was reading a book called Race and Reason, and they were basically making the case that those who want to get rid of segregation, you basically just perform the sort of neocolonialism on your own people. Like, yeah, actually that is what you did. Very heretical.
Real.
Fun stuff, though.
Yeah. Well, South Africa is a canary in the coal mine of all the.
It sure has been. I mean, Spoon would be the best person to talk to about that, but Spoon also recommended an excellent book to me that I've suggested to other people called Into the Cannibal's Plot, which is about what happened to South Africa politically. And wow, I knew nothing about. It depressed me, but I knew nothing about South Africa until I met you and until I read that book, and that was illuminating in terms of what happens when you
see I
hand over authority from the group of people who are maintaining stability to.
And also you did say that was the book that explained why I'm a monarchist.
It did as well.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. One thing that I used to believe for a long time about South Africa was that the whites in South Africa actually voted to end segregation, but
we're not that stupid.
Apparently, that's not true. What they voted for was continuing continuing talks or something, and then and then the political class then said, "Oh, they voted to end segregation. Or apartheid. Blacks, you're in charge now."
Spoon, you'd know better than I do. That's the gist I got from that book as well.
What do you think, Spoon?
Well, keep in mind when this was happening, I was about 4 years old.
Okay, so what do you remember from when you were 4 from the political machinations of
as a 4-year-old, how did you feel about politics? Like, you can't take the piss.
No, but I mean, I think that's
I was more of a Nickelodeon man myself at the time.
Yeah, well, see, I was only 1, so.
I have very hazy memory of politics back home.
Yeah.
But did you read the same book I did, though?
No, because it would just depress me.
Oh, you didn't read it? Okay, well,
no.
I think I actually might know more then.
Yes, you probably would know more about the sort of early history of my country, whereas if you live there and you know how horrible it is, you don't want to read things about like, oh, here's how we got fucked up in here. Because it'll just make you go like, I already have some how can I say this politely, predispositions towards certain people. And so when people ask me, like, how do you feel about like this particular group? It's like, we have a saying in South Africa: you do not discuss South African politics with people who do not live there, because they will not understand it by modern standards. And that goes for everyone, by the way. You can get blacks, coloreds, and whites in a room and say, do you want to discuss politics? They will look at each other and go like, no, we're not going to discuss it with you. Even though we're all of the same race, we don't discuss it with you because you fuckers would call us racist. Even though all the races of the country is represented in front of you, it's not going to go down well.
Right.
So I think I'm trying to find the chapter in the book. I've got it in my hand right now. I have to find it, but it's in this. This book is fantastic in terms of understanding the entire kind of history of.
It'll also horrify you.
I told Spoon, like, the first time my book's all marked up because I'm one of those people who puts highlighter marks and everything, and notes. But yeah, I read it on a plane the first time, and it severely made me sad. But unfortunately, you have to deal with the realities, I guess, of that kind of stuff. That the things that happened in South Africa were ultimately show trials. They were show trials to try and yes, there were the terrible things that happened under apartheid, of course, but it was also a political retribution trial of just going after people, and as a result, destroying the entire
competence of the regime.
The entire civilization that had been built in South Africa. -5 points to Aiden for being that type of reader. I was taught to be that way in grad school, or like taught to do it that way. So
yeah, because it turns out that if you take a bunch of people who have no fucking idea how to run a country and you suddenly give them power, they might not run the country very well.
As America has found out the hard way.
There were oh god, there were like news reports on talking about South Africa, like saying that it can be fine. This transition can be fine. South Africa, just look at Zimbabwe as a model.
Oh, great!
They were actually citing that as a model because apparently things hadn't gone to complete hell by that point.
I would punch the people in the face who said that to my face if they said to me, "Oh, you could do Zimbabwe." Like, I would massacre your face.
But this was like in '93, so it was more.
Right.
I would still done that.
There were still roadies at the time who would have torn them limb from limb and eaten their organs for saying something like that.
Yeah, agreed.
But
I think I've got
because it's fucking maddening.
I was going to say, to cleanse the palate, what's the weirdest conspiracy theory they've heard?
Ever heard? There's all kinds of weird ones.
Can you give me an example of what you deem weird, Bill?
Well, Bronze Age pervert in his magnum anus, which is Bronze Age mindset, posited that unironically that the Trojan War and the First Crusade were the same event.
That's
and it was
there's
a matter of
I don't take
that due to falsification of historical records.
Seriously. There's a reason why I don't take BAP too seriously. Now, by the way, I like Bronze Age's mindset as a book. I find it really impossible to kind of comprehend when he devolves into Grug speak and loses all semblance of modern English.
I could use a redirect.
Grammar. No, it's on purpose, and you know it's on purpose. Is that he's
but you could have like the autist edition where the grammar is all corrected.
I don't know, Ryan. Have you read Bronze Age Mindset?
Oh no.
I can post it in the chat if you'd like it.
Fair.
I think I did.
I
did, yes.
I'm sure you're familiar with it somewhat, though, or are you familiar with it?
Maybe. I don't know. Start saying things, and maybe I've heard some things.
Bill's the expert on Bronze Age mindset and Bronze Age pervert.
But the idea that the Trojan War and the First Crusade, I mean, that's.
I posted it.
I mean, I don't know, like really far back, olden times, like records are not what they become later, so you can get much bigger confabulations when you don't when
all right,
knowledge can be lost seriously. So I mean,
a lot of people have been talking about Project Bluebeam. So Project Bluebeam is, if my understanding of that is that it's a government conspiracy to try and fake the second coming of Christ.
How do you fake that?
Well, considering that, okay, this is something I've always.
Well, how do you fake an atomic bomb?
Yeah.
Listen, during the Second Gulf War, the CIA had developed a method that if I can't remember what the particular manner that they delivered it was. I think it was microwave radiation. They realized using a certain wavelength, you could just beam audio into a person's skull, and only that person would hear it. It was like the Voice of God project.
And
the whole idea was
exists.
they were literally the
that's
idea was
real?
to pick out
that's
specific
real.
members of the Taliban and of the Iraqi government, and just like telling them like, you should stop this is God. Go stop the war. Go stop support for Saddam and shit like that. Like the Taliban are evil. I'm God.
Here,
Fucking
let me find.
I find it quite weird to start the sentence by going, "I am God."
There's video of directional.
It's your boy Allah.
Yeah, like ultrasonic. Yeah, here it is. Here.
First.
Okay, this is like Yeah, there's actually like a video. Let me put that on the screen.
Voice is doing that. I would say if you want a good example of YouTubers like portraying the German side of the World War II and the lead up, the History Squad has an excellent video called "Why Did People Follow Hitler? The Weimar Republic," and it's in character like a diatribe from a member of the Waffen SS, and it's very well put together.
What's this video?
I posted it in chat.
Oh no, that alt hype is playing. Right
I'm playing. This is just a directional audio presentation. This is from 7 years ago.
Who's got a thing about annoying people with sound?
Oh, you guys can't hear it unless you're watching the stream.
Yeah, I'll post the stream.
Sorry.
Ma'am, please wake up. No sleeping in the library.
Most people of his age don't know much about sound. The most antisocial they can get is turning their car's hi-fi up in a quiet neighborhood.
Blah, blah, blah.
The whole idea of his sound spotlight system is to make sure that only one person can hear him, even though they're 20 meters away.
Yeah.
Hey, you there.
Music video for
you on the laptop
guy for a second there.
Are you downloading illegal files to the library network? I hope not. Hey, you there. Studying.
The look on this man,
can you hear me?
This man is one-to-one the exact
I think it's
kind
time
of
for a break.
scumbag who would invent something like this and use to fuck with
Yeah, it
people.
seems like a dig.
I don't know.
CDs.
I don't know if he's invented it.
We're watching.
Taking the mickey out of innocent readers might seem a bit childish.
Yeah. So this certainly exists now. My guess is it probably existed back in, I don't know, the 70s.
It's quite simple technology.
So, I mean,
Or it seems to be quite simple technology, the big scheme of things,
yeah.
Yeah, and then they'll turn around and say, "Oh, like nothing came out." They claim that MK Ultra yielded no results, but there's also documentation of them saying, "Yeah, by the way, that thing that you were telling us to do, we got it working. It works fine." Like,
but also it's some ludicrous shit that they said, like, oh, for years they said MK Ultra didn't exist, and then they're like, oh yeah, actually MK Ultra did exist. It was a thing they were doing, and it did produce Ted Kaczynski.
And it's very highly speculated that it may have also produced Charles Manson.
Perhaps.
Really?
Kaczynski, we know for a fact. Kaczynski, even though, it's some base things to say, he was a product of MK Ultra.
He was, unsurprisingly, the person who was horribly tortured and violated by a military technological program might not like technology very much.
Weird.
Imagine fucking that.
Right.
So he might think that industrialization of warfare and of mind control might be a bad idea because he was dosed full of drugs and probably buggered in a back room of a university somewhere.
I mean, that's such a thing that is, I think, unknown by so many people. It's that, like, people know who Ted Kaczynski is to a certain idea or a certain point of him being the Unabomber. It's like, but did you know that he had been involved in a bunch of government programs on mind control?
All right.
That we're explicitly trying to make a assassin that they could trigger with certain keywords.
Something was bizarre.
But he ended up being the Unabomber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did have some based things to say about industrial society.
Yeah.
That said, I will say those of you at home who do like Uncle Ted, and I like him too, but we've got to admit we are kind of the people he'd hate the most.
Most likely, using the internet
A little
right
bit,
now, yeah.
Oh god, I never thought about it that way, Bill. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
They can't all be winners, man.
So, all right. So, what are we talking about? I forgot.
What's the weirdest conspiracy
weirdest
theory?
conspiracy theory. Jeez.
Oh, right.
I like the one where they posit that water is alive.
I mean,
That one's
Water is alive. Okay, I gotta hear
It
that.
has to do with the fact that if you play certain music and show certain images to water and freeze it, even long after the vibrations are passed, it will actually change the structure.
Yeah, that was
like
kind
patterns
of that was shown to be false somehow. I remember there was a study that tried to replicate it, and no, it doesn't happen. Apparently, they were cherry picking crystals.
that one seems.
Yeah,
I can see how that would have actually happened. I think I could understand how physically that could have happened, but yeah, if under replication, it didn't have the scrutiny.
Yeah, so that was. I don't know, flat
Earth thing is really silly, in my opinion. I don't even understand how people come to that conclusion.
Well, I mean, the Earth looks flat to me when you're walking on it, so
I suppose so. It does, but not so sure about that.
Another strong one is the Ocean at Night incident, which is the posit that they were trying out some fusion reaction, like energy tech. They had to try. They did so out in open ocean as a precaution, so they'd have enough coolant. And the idea is that I think it was off the coast of like Somalia or somewhere, and it's actually a place called the Bay of Aden of all places.
Oh, fuck.
ADEN in this case, in 2010, and right after there's like 84 reports of earthquakes in the area, and then something like 20 different governments all scramble their navies and say, "Oh, we need to go out on some pirate clearance in that area." And there's actually emails to do with that one. Oh, here we go. Apparently 30 kilometers west of Cologne. What? Let's double check that. But yeah, it's in a place called the Bay of Aden. Yeah, 24 earthquakes did occur in the Gulf of Aden during the 14th to 16th of November 2010.
I deny all responsibility.
Yeah, the running theory is that because there's something called vertical migration, where certain creatures will be moved away or toward light sources from certain depths of ocean. I've seen people theorize that it's like, something fucking big noticed it and came up. I think it's probably more likely that trying to generate a sun in open water causes some really horrific geological incidences.
If nukes are even real.
What's that?
Did you
have a
Oh, funny you should mention that. Regarding the because one of the positives you had was about the radiation. One of the things that the Department of Energy brought up was around the time that they were feeding plutonium-laced oatmeal to retarded kids and injecting black people with nuclear isotopes to see what it does. Because inviting a bunch of Unit 731 assholes into the government was definitely a great idea that didn't have cause and effect.
Oh yeah, of course.
They brought up that they posted 194,000 troops around Hiroshima and Nagasaki right after they dropped those bombs.
Oh yeah. Not only that, but apparently not only did they have a bunch of troops, but they also had right after the war, they sent in like a committee on censorship, completely took control of the Japanese press and controlled what they could say right after the war, which sort of makes it's sort of justified to the American public that they should do this because this was a militarist regime that was out to get us, and we need to prevent them from spreading their militarist lies afterwards. But it also, if say you have a whole bunch of people who are like, I was in Nagasaki on that day and I didn't see a big, that couldn't go anywhere, right? And so which sort of gets back to other conspiracies. Even if you have somebody who would be a whistleblower who would say, I didn't see a nuclear explode. I didn't see a particularly big explosion at that time. they had an apparatus in place to make it so that stuff wouldn't travel very far. It may be able to sort of travel by word of mouth, but it couldn't get sort of mass media exposure in Japan. And then, of course, 5-10 years later, things get forgotten, memory gets, modified.
The idea of posting people there and having them survive is ridiculous. Like within 12 miles of the bomb, your flesh just falls off. 30-degree burns over all of your body.
In fact, there's
people there like 10 minutes later.
Let me see it.
Yeah,
so there's actually a guy. There are two photos that I know about, and I have it on the stream here. So this is actually some guy who was in and they're both of Nagasaki. So there's a guy in Nagasaki, and he was. And so on the stream here, this is the photo that he took. There's a bit of a stream delay, so you might not see it immediately. And so this is the picture that he took of what was supposedly the blast, the atomic bomb at Ground Zero. He survived. His photograph survived, and this is, there it is. Right, that's supposed to be the atomic blast at Nagasaki. Does that look? I mean, first off, the fact that how far away is that? Did he survive? It looks like he survived that. So that's like the one photo from on the ground. There was another photo because the Enola Gay, which was the plane that dropped the bomb at Hiroshima and Nagasaki at both locations. And when the Enola Gay was going to hit hit Nagasaki. They obviously word went out to any other plane, don't go to Nagasaki, right? Ostensibly because the blast is really dangerous and it's going to blow out, which makes sense to do that. The problem is there was one plane that either didn't get the message or got the message and didn't. But there was another what was it? What's not the Flying Fortress? This plane, the Stratofortress, whatever it was.
Yeah, the B-29, I think.
Yeah, the B-29. Mm-hmm. It was another B-29, and he was just going out there, and they were just going out there on a reconnaissance. But the thing is, they were like right over, like right here. This is where the Enola Gay hit, and that cloud of smoke is apparently where the Enola Gay hit. And I have a quote. Hold on. I wrote down the quote. Where is it? It's somewhere. Yeah, McLuhan. McLuhan was the recon guy, was the photographer, and the pilot was Jack Economos. And so they say McLuhan's plane, piloted by Jack Economos, left in the early hours of. Oh no, this is Hiroshima. Never mind. Sorry, this is Hiroshima.
Yeah.
Left in the early hours of August 6th for a long flying day, photographed the potential targets near Hiroshima, Kure, and farther north. As they returned to Hiroshima around 8:15 a.m., the gunner reported over the intercom seeing a B-29 flying in the opposite direction as if headed for an emergency landing at Iwo Jima. Often, McLuhan says, when bombers had engine trouble, they would abort their missions, drop their bomb loads, and try to reach a friendly landing site. Within seconds, McLuhan said, there was a brilliant flash below our plane. And the thing is, the U.S. Army Air Force had photo flash bombs, the M46 photo flash bombs, so that's not a sign of a... so there was a brilliant flash below our plane. The light was as if someone had fired a big flash bulb directly in our eyes. We assumed the bomber had salvoed his bomb load and managed to get a good hit on an ammunition dump or an oil tank so the day wouldn't be a total loss, McLuhan said. He turned on his cameras to shoot the damage and the cloud that was rising from below so that later the crew could get credit for the good job they had done. The crew was the Enola Gay, right? And this is supposed, and of course the story is the Enola Gay was they were like the story is like they dropped the nuclear bomb and they went bat out of hell to get out of there as soon as they could because 20 kilotons, right?
Yeah, you'd assume they'd need to immediately.
Right, they need to. But this photo reconnaissance B-29 was like right over it, and all they reported was a big flash and a big puff of smoke. And what they were interested in photographing was not the big puff, was not the big cloud, but was, trying to see what target they hit to make that big cloud. So it's
I mean, that is odd, right? Like, why?
That is quite odd.
Why would they not have been in communique with one another if it was that they had dropped a nuke?
I don't know. Maybe they tried. I don't know.
Can I get the spelling of McGlohon just to double check? Because as funny as it is, like the whole glowies, etc.
Okay, McGlohon. I'll
That's always going to end up being McLaughlin, but
yeah. Let me put that in the. What is it?
But more importantly, is the Enola Gay was cruising at about 33,000 feet.
Yeah, there was some inconsistencies.
Which puts it in the 7-mile instant death range of the
way
Batman
low
bomb.
for that.
Yeah.
Within 7 miles is death from radiation poisoning, and within 12 miles is third-degree burns over your entire body.
Yeah,
they're in 6 miles. They are
from the claims. Yeah.
Yeah, there are inconsistencies, and there's also inconsistencies in the reporting. They're saying like we saw it from a mile, like apparently we saw the cloud go up a mile high, but wait a minute, isn't the B-29, the whole point of it is it could go at 30,000 feet, like several miles high. So.
Stratified is way above the cloud line.
Right.
So how are you aiming? How are you aiming with a northern sight on places like Nagasaki, where you're meant to have been using the church as a target, when the northern site is got so much lead up that it's got more margin for error than Hiroshima has area.
Yeah. So that's one of the big that's one of the issues.
Inconsistencies.
You're close enough to hit the target, you're close enough to die instantly.
Yeah. So, and in terms of I also have something here. So, another thing is that the bomb damage at the I have like a whole bunch of tabs open on this. The bomb damage apparently at Hiroshima and Nagasaki were basically indistinguishable from firebombing. That's so. Where's what's his face? Okay, Alexander Seversky. Let me show my screen here.
I think it boils down to they wanted to discourage the Red Army of the Russians from moving in. And what better way to do it than to tell everyone the place is hell on earth?
Maybe. But remember, the Manhattan Project. I mean, the Manhattan Project really was. I mean, the Los Alamos came later. Los Alamos was like early 1943, but the Manhattan the ball started rolling on the Manhattan Project at least by September of 1942. So this is long before they had ideas of the Soviets going into Manchuria and trying to deter the Soviets. This is when they were thinking about the Soviet Union. Are they going to survive? So I don't think that was the impetus at the beginning of the Manhattan Project, but that could have been an impetus towards the end.
Yeah,
but anyway,
probably not in the beginning.
So there's this Alexander Seversky guy. There's a Wikipedia article on him. He's basically kind of a bit. So this guy is like an authority on bombing and it's kind of an aviation pioneer. He founded a company that eventually made the Republic P-47 Thunderbolt, even though he was kicked off the board of his own company. But so here's what he said. On that. He says, after visiting the major areas of the Pacific, I arrived in Japan. I began the study to which I had been assigned by making an aerial tour of the islands of Honshu and Kyushu, which encompass the industrial blah, 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 blah. I wrote down too much for the stream. Where is it? Okay. There's a familiar pink blot about 2 miles in diameter, dotted with... Okay, Hiroshima's clusters of modern buildings in downtown section stood upright. It was obvious that the blast could not have been so powerful as we had been led to believe. It was extensive blast rather than intensive. I had heard of buildings instantly consumed by unprecedented heat, yet I saw the buildings structurally intact. And what is more, topped by undamaged flagpoles, lightning rods, painted railings, and air raid precaution signs and other comparatively fragile objects. At the T-Bridge, the aiming point of the atomic bomb, I looked for the bald spot where everything presumably had been vaporized in the twinkling of an eye. It wasn't there or anywhere else. I could find no traces of unusual phenomena. What I had seen was in substance a replica of Yokohama or Osaka, or the Tokyo suburbs. The familiar residue of an area of wood and brick houses raised by uncontrollable fire. Everywhere I saw the trunks of charred and leafless trees, burned and unburned chunks of wood. The fire had been intense enough to bend and twist steel girders, right? Fire can melt steel beams, and melt glass until it ran like lava, just as in other Japanese cities. The concrete buildings nearest to the center of explosion, some only a few blocks from the heart of the atom blast, showed no structural damage. Even cornices, canopies, and delicate exterior decorations were intact. Window glass was shattered, of course, but single panel frames held firm. Only window frames of 2 or more panels were bent and buckled. The blast impact, therefore, could not have been unusual. And there's also,
It's got purported 260-meter blast on 20 kiloton.
Yeah, so here's, I have linked up a bunch of, it'd be better if I had these properly organized. But anybody can look up air raid, like firebombing air raids on Japan. No, this is just the wiki article. So I'm looking for pictures here of, but basically, like, this is from, I guess this is from Tokyo, but there's a whole bunch of other cities where they just have lots and lots of firebombing things, and basically you see these giant clouds and giant mushroom clouds, because what is a mushroom cloud but it's a pyrocumulus cloud. So here's a picture of a pyrocumulus cloud right here from the California wildfires. The image that I have on the stream here, this is from Colorado. This is some wildfire in Colorado creating these giant mushroom clouds. So the whole mushroom cloud meme is not evidence of a nuclear thing, which is something that everyone who know that any like that everyone in the know knows that a mushroom cloud is not particularly like an atomic blast thing, but it's but for the public it's sort of like, whoa, so the mushroom cloud is not a smoking gun, that it's an atomic blast. No, it's anytime you get like a large,
all kinds of blasts can create mushroom clouds. Yeah,
all kinds of blasts can make mushroom clouds. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a fake, but it's an example of a thing that's something that a lot of people think of as like evidence of an atomic blast is not actually evidence. And the devastation of the cities is not actually evidence as well. One thing that I think would be kind of that I think is the biggest problem is that, like, well, how did they pull it off? Right? How did you have a whole bunch of planes hit Nagasaki and hit Hiroshima, firebomb it, and then send the Enola Gay? Because getting like a single crew on a B-29 in on the conspiracy, that's not very big. I don't how many.
Right. Just one crew is
yeah, it's one crew. You can manage that. That's not a very big group to manage a lie. So you can lie to them, say, hey, you're in on this conspiracy, and it's also, and you can convince them it's for the good. It'll be a great deterrent for the war. Not even necessarily a bad thing. They may have bought into it.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I misread my notes earlier. The reason I had the USS Indianapolis sunk written down was not to do with Northwoods. The USS Maine was the one that was meant to be sunk in that.
Right. Yeah.
USS
Maine.
Indianapolis is the ship that transported both nukes and sank with all hands.
Oh, interesting.
They sank in shark-infested waters, and the rescue response was delayed by several days, I believe. And there are about 7 people who survived, and they are pretty much all traumatized from watching all their friends be eaten by sharks.
Yeah.
So don't have to worry about the boats transporting the nukes, so you can cut those off of the number of people to get in on the gig.
You only have 7 people who are terribly traumatized and
who are not in any position to argue anything anymore.
Oh, yeah.
And as we've established from MK Ultra, trauma makes people very suggestible.
And even if
sure
they
does.
and even if they were to say that this was all a government op, you can sort of write it off as like, well, they say that because they've been traumatized, you know. Just nod and smile and move on, right? You know, even if they, so you can do something.
And
Like
they're all
that.
going to have to be in
exactly.
hospital for ages. So if they,
on that way, right?
if they act like they're going to say anything wrong, just slip something into their IV, and that's that.
Yeah, I don't think you even have to do that. I think you can just say, look, it's understandable that they might feel that they've been abandoned by the government because the government did kind of botch the rescue job. Fair enough. So just sort of smile and nod and, you know.
Yeah, they're just crazy.
Yeah, they're just crazy, and they're really mad at us. And the government may come forward and say, yeah, we did it, we screwed up. So it's understandable that they would accuse us of all these things, and you know, we're sorry, right? So yeah.
That's all they ever do is that, like, well, geez, we're sorry, but they'll never admit to the actual extent of the thing. They'll just say, like, yeah, this person, well, they're unwell because of X, Y, Z, and mentally ill, of course.
They only have to cover up like 30 years, and then they can reveal, oh yeah, that's all that shit we did, and then no one will
exactly.
care. 'Cause it was 30 years
But
ago.
that was in the before times. That was in the bad old days. That's not today. Like back in the back.
Everyone responsible from that has now since died or retired, and please ignore that. At least
Right.
3 of them are still
But
on board
you know
now.
what? You know what's kind of trippy? You know what's kind of trippy is reading like news articles from like the turn of the century about like the treatment of blacks, and they're writing about how like, yeah, you know, back, you know, 20 or 30 years ago, you know, blacks were treated very poorly. But it's the year 1900, and blacks are treated pretty fairly nowadays.
Right.
You know,
of course.
and they'll talk about, you know, and segregation. Sure, they're segregated, and then they'll talk about how state funds are disproportionately spent on blacks, even in the Jim Crow South. You know, and they'll talk about and so basically this idea that in the past, yeah, they were racist, but today we're more enlightened and we're fair and we're colorblind. This has been true.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing this today. Like you go on Twitter and they're saying, yeah, back in the 90s, you know, they were much, yeah, and they like there's people today. It's getting harder to do because of the digital track record. But they still do it a little bit, going back to like, oh, in the 90s, there were more anti-black stuff. You know, it's even worse going back into the 60s. But at the time, everyone's saying, oh, we're enlightened and post-racial and all this stuff.
Yep.
So, and I think that kind of ties...
Don't forget, Lincoln freed the slaves. Got to remember that fucking lie.
Right, and the thing is that is similar to, yeah, there were these horrible conspiracies like MK Ultra and Northwood back then, but we're enlightened now, right? It's a different time now. We're moving down. We're doing better now. And then, right? So
it's the never-ending march of progress, though. Is it and
the eternal present
narrative behind that, right? The entire premise of that idea is that, well, you know, yes,
Whig theory of history.
It is the Whig theory of history, exactly. It's that we're always moving better, we're always getting better, and there is no negative, deleterious progress that can happen. Progress is always positive and forward. It is the Whig theory of history, and that's the same kind of mentality that this produces.
Have you noticed that that's what our society does? We have this weird thing that I realize this is what we do, is that whatever powers it be, whether it be the university apparatus or Hollywood or whatever, they prime society for an idea. And then it slowly gets pushed like a plunger just over time, just that it like seeps in and begins to cripple. And then it reaches this apex phase of where it becomes some rather socially acceptable norm. Once it reaches that point, it gets shut off and you are no longer allowed to talk about it. And you're in this weird society where you're allowed to do more but talk less.
Yeah.
Look at our society right now. We're to the point where you can cut someone's genitals off, and then that's completely fucking normal. But if you criticize this, you're a transphobe. It's like, are you fucking insane? Like, just realize what the hell you just said, you maniacs.
Yeah, I always suspect that there's eventually, I don't know, maybe I'm hoping against hope, that there's eventually some hard limit on how far you can go on that. Like, eventually...
it'll be complete societal collapse.
I mean, eventually, like the trans thing and the pedophilia apologia seems to be I don't know. I feel.
I think it might be the end.
I feel
if
in.
you can
I
move
feel in
beyond
my.
that,
I feel in my
it is
heart.
collapse.
I feel in my heart that's too far. But I don't know. I was saying that the trans thing is too far, and it's getting a lot more acceptance than I ever thought it would.
I will say there was the weirdest reaction I thought because I always thought for a long time that the progressive sort of march was linear, but the reaction to D'Angelo and Scott Adams, that was really weird because they basically said the same thing. The ones the reaction was defensive, and the other one is, well, you need to just like black people need to have their space to call their own. Like that is exactly what the segregationist says. But just the weird part that I don't get is that your entire grift is to constantly make racial animus where there is none, and if you're going to push for segregation, you're going to try and extinguish it via segregation, which would kill your own grift. So I'm curious as to how you're going to phase this in, and you're still somehow going to take credit for this and have a job. How is that going to work?
They're not going to phase it.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just curious as to what exactly do you think your end goal to that is going to be? That to me was really strange.
His end goal is to say blacks need their own spaces. And that's going to be that's the end of it. There's no actual, because if they actually did that and created black spaces and blacks would have their own area, then it would be like, it would fall apart, and that would.
Well, yes, because the biggest threat to blacks is other blacks, and segregating them away from whites is not going to help them in.
That's like the one. That's like the one argument. That's like the one argument. That's like the one good anti-segregation argument is that blacks are forced to live around other blacks.
But also, that is also going to make the segregationists have a point.
That's oppressive.
I have heard that arguments like it's impressive for us to live near whites. It's also impressive for us to live near other blacks. The reality is that the whole point of that spoon is, to answer your question, is they just want more government money. So they want their own spaces, but then when they fail, they want to have increasing more government money. It's just a big grift. Yeah. That's all it is.
Yeah, I said the statement before. How I see it is they don't actually want to segregate away from white people. They want white people to be at a distance to where they can blame them and still get money off them. That's basically the grift. Yeah.
Obviously.
I think I've got the grift nailed down for this specific thing. We need our own spaces. You're giving your own space. They demand equality, and by equality they mean equity. So as the time goes on, the quality of their output drops precipitously, and they get more and more funding to bring them back up to snuff. And then you can purity spiral, do it all again with a dozen different subcategories like POC, bi POC, gay, trans, everything under the sun, and keep spiraling it off, making new subdivisions, and just tank the quality and just have money poured into it that's brought back up into snuff.
Well, I think it goes actually very well into the only other topic that I think we really had, which is the virtuous victim effect, which is endemic amongst the minority population in the United States and across the world, which is to constantly claim to be victims and be like, please give me money, please give me attention, please give me resources so that I can do something with them. And what we find in people who rely upon that sort of mentality is that they're very fucked up human beings they will intentionally use social norms and social groups in terms of like political organizations in order to facilitate their own stuff. For example, one of the studies that I brought up in my video is that there is a extremely high correlation between women who work with sexual assault organizations with being highly narcissistic and high in histrionic personality disorder and having this general need for attention. And I think that you find it.
Women are guilty of that? No.
No, I know it is women in that case.
Shocking.
But I think you would also find it in minority groups in the United States as well, is that people who see themselves as victims are not just don't just like bow and prostrate themselves and say please help me. What we actually find in the psychology of people who have come to see themselves as perpetual victims is that they feel the right to be able to harm others, and I think that explains a lot of the racial animus in the United States is that you tell people since their birth that they are a victim, that they are lesser than, and for no reason. They're not really lesser than, they're just being treated lesser than. And then of course they lash out and feel no empathetic need to want to integrate with society whatsoever, just to demand resources and demand pity from others.
Yeah. So, I mean, some people may have heard this before, but this was a 1980 study where, so the subjects, they were told that they're basically like conversation study. So there are three different criteria. One is the first, they were told that the subjects were told that the person they were talking to was told that they had epilepsy or allergies. And the third was that they had makeup applied to make it look like they had a scar. But then they went in and said, oh, we're going to put some moisturizer on here to make it stick better or something. But what they were actually doing was, once they put on the scar, is that they then removed the scar and had them sit in front of the other person. So the subject thought that the person they were talking to thought that they had a scar, even though they didn't have a scar.
Yep.
And that changed the way that they interpreted reactions to them.
Specifically, they believed that they were being more discriminated against.
Right. See, mean ratings of Confederates in the independent measure study. So, what was it? 14-year scale, the higher level attributed to the heuristic.
And comparative to the more control groups, people who were told to believe that the other person in the conversation believed that they had a non-visual, non-apparent disability.
Like allergy, right?
Right.
So in terms of tenseness for allergy, 2.37, 7.12, and 8 for the scar. Even though like none of this is true, right? So for the allergy,
it's all fake.
Yeah, it's all fake. But so the difference between, say, allergy versus like scar is like this is all perception, right? Because they were treated. Well, we don't know for sure because they were having a conversation with just another person, but over however many people. I have to go.
They were told to believe that
study.
the other. Yeah, they were told to believe that the other person involved in the conversation had been told that they themselves had this disability, or had epilepsy, or had an allergy, or had a scar. However, once the scar had been removed.
Right, and if you think that my black skin causes people to treat me worse, right? That's this seems a. This is sort of the effect you would expect if people view the black skin. They're discriminating against me because of the black skin. That's a scar, and so their perception, right? So we can see. So basically, you can experimentally create a large effect of perception of maltreatment or different treatment based purely on your own, on how you're interpreting the situation, right? It has nothing to do with it. And there's another one here. Right. This was kind of a silly study. It's like, do you think this person would be like a good friend for you? It was. I think this is more relevant to reality, because it's a black person and a white person. How they view the person who's saying that. Oh, I don't think you'd be a good friend for me, and how they react to that. And basically the black people, despite being given the exact same response from the Confederate, either a positive or negative feedback, the means fall on...
just real quick, I know that most people watching probably understand what that means. The Confederate means that it was the other person in the conversation who is not a member of the
the Confederate States of America.
The Confederate States of America. I make that mistake all the time by not explaining to people. It means that they were someone who was working for the experimenter. They had a Confederate battle.
They had to have a Confederate battle flag right on the window there.
I have made that mistake so many times of just saying that in a video, and people are like, "What? What about the Confederacy?" I'm like, "Oh shit!"
So imagining some black dude gets sent in. It's like, okay, now just tell us how he reacts to this scar. and he walks in, just a dude there in like full
I
Confederate
wish I
battle
was
dress.
Linda Cotton. No, not like
Fear
that.
no danger, shun no labor, pick up rifle, pike, and saber to arms.
To
A little different. A little different.
yeah.
Maybe this guy wouldn't be the best person to be friends with right now.
Yeah, exactly. Might be a bit of a confound, but
Yeah.
So how do you feel about your skin?
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Sorry, continue.
so what I found interesting was that, and now of course, one thing that was, this is a little bit of a tangent, is that on the study the means fall on scale ranging not at all due to prejudice 3 to 15 on this. That was their scale. It was 3 to 15, which is like, it should be 0.
yeah, I
to,
was.
so I was reading the study and I thought that's kind of like
Yeah, I noticed that.
And what
analysis?
Yeah,
you were
and
right
that,
to,
of course,
to redirect it.
And like an extreme example of that would be like, okay, so how good do you think this book I wrote is on a scale of 9 to 10, right? And then you say, oh, I got all 9 out of 10s. This other book got 10 out of 10, so we're only like, so it creates. It's weird, and I don't know exactly why they did that. Well, I think I know why. But
I think I do as well. I hate to be solipsistic and interpret some intentional
intentional.
But I think you were right to have corrected the research, because when you look at the numerical values, when you remove that strange 3-point addition,
yeah, the differences are bigger.
Telling.
The differences are bigger. They become bigger multiples of each other. But what's interesting is that and this could be like a small number. This could be, may not be a real effect. But I found it interesting is that even when they got positive feedback, the blacks were more likely to say racial prejudice from a positive feedback. Like, what?
Even from positive feedback, yeah, that was it was endemic across the board from the black respondents, is that they thought everything was more due to racial prejudice. Even positive feedback, which was so
weird.
incomprehensible. I mean, like, to me, it's like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah.
Even and that shows you like the kind of
but this is more like
mentality,
more like the real world, because in the real world, black people are being accepted or rejected from jobs or whatever by white people, right?
Yes.
Not just other black.
Largely.
And so they're going, and so this is, I think, more relevant to what they're actually experiencing in the real world, and they're going to view that as more, sort of. Yeah. So that was just sort of what I was thinking when you talk about the virtuous victim thing. You were talking about, I think, more a smaller slice of people, more what I would call pathological people.
Yeah.
Whereas like blacks in like I make fun of blacks in general, but they're not pathological.
No, of course. But it's societal level. I would say largely we talk about the West, like, because again, experience from South Africa, and I think would probably not find this across all black people that he knows in South Africa. It seems to be a largely, I would suggest, there is an intelligence issue here perhaps as well. But I think it's largely a cultural issue, in that this is enforced culturally and forced and pushed forward culturally in America, of that blacks are encouraged to behave in this way. Not only encouraged, but they are rewarded for behaving in kinds of ways.
Right.
So,
yeah.
I mean, so of course, then you create a positive feedback loop if you not just encourage but reward such behavior.
Yeah, and then there's also like, favoring white targets, favoring black targets, and in terms of like a bunch of different stuff. And I went through a bunch of I should probably link this in the description, because it's, I feel like it kind of goes with, I'll link it in the Rumble description. So because the Rumble chat, like, for whatever reason, the Rumble chat just isn't moving. People aren't chatting on Rumble; they're watching on Rumble. I'll link it there because it's not moving. But I thought this kind of ties in a lot with what you were talking about with the virtuous. Virtuous.
Yeah,
victim.
I read your document.
So it's
Well, some of these studies I had come across before, but some of them I had not. Specifically the older one. One thing that I've been, I think, probably to my own harm maybe, is that I got kind of bullied out of looking at research that was older than maybe 15, 20 years old, because people
Yeah,
in the chat
that's-
would always be like, "Don't look at that, it's so old, that's so old, why are you studying?"
Oh, it's older, so it's probably like, well, one, it's
Fake
probably
or
easy.
bad.
It's probably easier to read, one, because it has less nonsense math, which is a real thing and it's a real problem. I
know what you mean by nonsense math, but I understand and was trained in the nonsense math, so I have no problem reading the newer stuff versus the older stuff. It all makes the exact same amount of sense to me.
Well, actually, there's in terms of nonsense math, this is actually like an experimental thing, where they actually they put in an equation in the paper that literally means nothing.
I've seen it. Yeah.
So this is the nonsense math, and it increases the ratings of like all the papers except for like math PhDs. Like
would be like,
those are the only people it doesn't work on. But everyone else, like, just putting in like some irrelevant nonsense equation.
Yeah, but it wouldn't work on me, at least, if I saw it and I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
No, and it wouldn't work on me either. But
probably maybe on randos, I guess. Even within the field, it probably it would. They'd be like, "Oh, I just wasn't familiar with this form of herbity derbity. I know about this other equation." But for me, I'd be like, "What the fuck is that?" I mean, you go look it up, but it's there's this. The first one is the scar thing, which was, but there's several data sets here that were. What was the one that I had read before? At least one of these I had seen before, and it actually kind of. I do feel a little annoyed by it, because I used to enjoy reading these older studies from the 70s and 80s and 90s, and I just don't read them anymore, because if I see a study was published in like 1985, it's very unusual for me to put it into a video, because I will get a whole, even if it's just one source, I'll get a whole bunch of complaints being like, "Well, that's really old." Even if it's just like a foundational source of being like, "Well, here's the first person who looked at this."
Right.
Then some fucking moron will come in and go like, "Well, that's very old, isn't it?" Yeah,
it's
the first time they looked at it.
You know what's kind of weird is when I cite a study from like 2010, you can get like some Zoomers who go, that was 13 years ago. That was a different time. And it's like, and I'm thinking, it's like, do you really think the world has changed that much from 20? It changed a lot, because 13 years ago I didn't
have an iPad.
I was 5.
I was a baby.
Yeah,
right. It's unfucking. It's so.
It's like,
incomprehensibly stupid to me.
I'm sure it's changed for you, but for me, for people who've been an adult that whole time, it really hasn't changed much at all. So that's what I find sort of interesting.
Well, it doesn't matter. It also doesn't matter to me. Like, if the data were the data that were collected in 1970, unless I have some reason to believe, if it's like IQ level data, like we could, there has been some demographic drift, right? So we could believe maybe there's some reason there.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't, but I could see.
No, it hasn't, but
I could see how you could imagine that, right?
You could maybe make an argument that over the last, 70 years, 60 years, that there's been some like IQ drift there, if you don't know much about the subject matter and how of a variable it is for the G factor. But still, at least you could make a little bit of an analysis. But sometimes the stuff that it's like, fear of things, or something like, I don't know, something very basic human reaction to something. It's like, why would that have? And I always have to ask that question to people, like, well, why would that have changed? If I'm studying a study from 1980, why would that have changed in 50 years? Can you give me one single fucking reason? Oh, you can't, just because it was before you were born, Zoomy? I'm sorry. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
I mean, this is like 1980. This is like way before I was born, and I mean,
there's no reason, and you'd have to come up with a reason as to why it would not be applicable now.
Also, and frankly, like, you got a study that was done like in 300 BC. I mean, and that's enough distance to where there's probably some substantial genetic changes in humanity. But even then, but
if it were conducted if it was exact same, like if it were,
but even that far, do you think the genetic
paradigms?
Like, if you're going back to, like, say 300 BC and you did like the scar study here, the scar allergy.
I
don't think there was
any reason why it would be different.
Right. Even though the genetics might be a little bit, are the genetics going to be different in a way that's relevant to invalid? I don't. So that's the weird.
Maybe the argument that you could make is that we're so much more pro-social now towards that it's been forced through society to be very accepting of people with disabilities.
I doubt it.
However, this was not a person with a scar having this effect. It was a person who thought they had a scar put on their face and didn't have a scar put on their face.
Right.
Who had this effect.
Right.
So it's all totally internal perception, and none of it is real. It's only within the reality of the mind. Right. So I don't think if you did that study 1,000 years ago and somehow went back through time and did it, you would have. There's no reason to believe that you would have found differential results.
Right. Well, yeah. So yeah, a lot of people have weird. But the thing is, this goes back to sort of weird ideas people have about the past, and so I was thinking.
I'll tell you what that is. That's Reddit tier science shit. I fucking love science, and I've never read a science study in my entire life, but I really love science, and that is the bane of my fucking existence. But you should never tell people what irritates you.
Yeah,
that's what irritates me.
But I think it's related to this idea that like in the bad old days, people had like people in the 1960s said, "Oh, these people, they have black skin. Let's kick them."
Right.
They have black skin. Let's punch them in the nose.
Such a ridiculous,
weird stuff.
Miscomprehension of history.
And I'll bet you, but in like the 2050s, they'll be saying that about the 90s.
For sure.
I bet you they will.
It's the progressive march through history. It never stops. In that, we're always better now than we are in the past. And this is one thing that Spoon and I have constantly.
The eternal present. The eternal present.
Right. Spoon and I have had these arguments with a lot of people. Is that, Spoon and I often argue with people who call themselves liberals.
Because they're gay.
Call them shit libs. That's the running term.
Yeah.
People who call themselves liberals, but they truly do believe that right now is better than any period in history. Now, you could argue
in some ways it's true.
From a medical point of view, sure.
It's a very materialistic worldview.
I don't know. Is it true it's probably true from a medical technology point of view, but probably not medical outcomes. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot more.
In terms of mental health, we are wholly fucked.
There's a lot more. There's a lot more diabetes.
There sure is.
There's a lot more obesity.
Medical science has progressed, yes, but in
more
terms
heavy
of
metal poisoning than most times as well.
It's
better music though.
The idea that everything is better today. The idea that everything is better today than it was.
Insane.
I'm going to go far and say even 600 years ago. Now, I mean, there clearly are things that are better. Okay, obviously, we're sitting here talking via computer across continents.
Infant mortality is probably
infant mortality way down. That's good. However, abortion way up.
As I say,
being able to talk to a guy from South Africa and some people from wherever Aiden is,
living in Guernsey,
Guernsey in real time. Imagine having to construct this stream through a series of post-it notes.
Right, like that would be.
Would be at the fucking Christmas of 2050.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's an improvement.
So that part's cool. Yeah, that part's cool. However, again, like infant mortality down, abortion way up. So things need to be considered.
I make Bill Gates happy.
It also creates a weird thing where things that are traditionally like regional issues suddenly become like immediate issues in the United States, like the day-to-day goings on in the Russian-Ukraine war. It's now like things that long time ago were like we'd hear that there was a Ukraine war going on through the grapevine, maybe if you were in the city, whereas now it's like. Here's the daily progress in Bakhmut.
From Bakhmut, which is all bullshit because no side's going to tell you the truth because the foreign state doesn't exist. It just, I don't know. People who think that, I really believe that they're fundamentally incorrect if they think there's been this massive progress through history, that because technology has advanced, that means humanity has advanced. I think that it's fundamentally antithetical to all of human social psychological data that have ever been conducted since the fucking study began.
I think what you're getting at is that like that quote social progress is very much, you know, in the eye of the beholder. I think that's kind of.
It's also that you cannot in any way fundamentally expect the human animal to evolve over the course of 100 years, or 200 years, or 300 years, or 400 years.
Unless they're from Australia and need to learn how to drink petrol.
Yeah.
It takes thousands of years for this stuff to evolve, at which the speed of technology is far faster. So to like somehow expect people to just stop having cognitive heuristics of recognizing race, for example, over the course of a generation is so fundamentally ridiculous. And it doesn't exist just because people are evil or something. It exists as an evolutionary stratagem to avoid danger, right? Like these kind of things are basic evolutionary stratagems, and they're not and they're also not based in non-factuality. They're based in reality, which also didn't come about over the course of a couple hundred years, over the course of thousands of years.
Right. I mean, if someone looks
genetic drift.
Yeah, and so but of course this ties into like you know you could. I wonder if the idea of like, because I mean it could make sense if you believe in like everything's down to conditioning. Like, so if you start with like radical malleability, then suddenly the idea of radical, you know, social progress, you know, or even basically the idea of social progress period suddenly becomes a lot more viable if you believe, you know, if you believe that
right.
So if you believe that
but
variance,
where's the evidence? Where's the evidence for radical malleability?
Well, you'll find it though. Like they'll like see people who think that like if you bring up the Minnesota transracial adoption study and that's QED,
right.
You're gonna have a bad time because like there's an ocean of like arguments for this impossible thing. So it's a lot more work.
But in that particular study, we're talking about, this is the study, if I'm recalling correctly, which was about the IQ of interracial children. But however, the IQ of Black children who were adopted into white families still did not meet the IQ of IQ of children who were
that's what I'm I'm saying that like
decreased.
But you said like where's the evidence, and the thing is they'll
well, I've read this study. Then if it's the same study I'm thinking it is.
Well, you say where's the evidence, and like what I'm saying is that a lot of hereditarians will bring up something like Minnesota transracial and say, okay, that's pretty much QED. And the thing is, if you argue with like really people who do anti-hereditarian stuff for a living, there is a much bigger funhouse you have to go through. They will, and I think one of the most popular thing nowadays, and what's weird is I actually saw like the rise of this, of what I call mobile obscurantism or molecular biological obscurantism. Because back when I was just starting, the sort of race denial on molecular biological grounds wasn't really much of a thing back in like 2011, you know. Mm-hmm. But it has increasingly become like a go-to argument is to just dismiss everything because, you know, here's some bar we set for human subspeciation. Oh, look, humans don't reach that bar, which I try to show. They do, and therefore, but it's weird. It's like, okay, so therefore black skin doesn't exist. Therefore what? It
is something that we only apply towards humans, which is nonsensical. Subspeciation does not mean that we are a different species. Obviously, subspeciation is talking about, we're talking about
but the argument is that humans don't even reach the traditional criteria for but which is it's wrong. But
it's not great. I would say when you know, we could just use it. The self ID research is pretty clear on that.
Sure.
Is that humans can obviously determine what another person is racially. Now you could see that that's due to all kinds of sociological aspects.
Right.
However, when we also go and look at the genetic data, we can see that people cluster into different groups. So I wouldn't obviously humans, black people, white people, Asians, etc., are all human beings who are able for interbreeding. Clearly, we're all the same species. But subspeciation is saying that there are significant genetic differences across the human species, and I don't think that. This is something that we talked about a little bit earlier, is that some people will get very upset by that kind of verbiage, but I don't understand why that's upsetting. It's just saying that we're different, not that we're all human, but we have differences.
And I think I think maybe when they hear the word subspecies, they don't think about like they're like, for example, tigers. You know, there's different subspecies of tigers, and yet if you put different subspecies of tigers in the same pen,
but no one tiger is better or worse than the others. They would
all get along, and the tigers wouldn't be like, oh, that tiger is a different subspecies. The tigers may not even know. Maybe they do.
There'd be no racism.
I think it's the Latin. It's that term. It's that term sub that implies lesser than, without understanding that white Caucasoids would also be a subspecies of
I don't know.
sapiens,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, there's some people that are like that, but I'm thinking more about like the higher IQ race deniers. They don't believe that. They're doing
An interesting point is that the native Australians, as well as being able to drink petrol safely for some bloody reason, have a remarkably good memory. Like their short-term memory is like perfect.
You know who else? You know who else has a?
That's because they don't live very long, apparently, because they drink petrol.
Oh, jeez.
They legitimately had to put out like things saying, "Please stop drinking all the petrol."
Yeah.
Hold on. There's someone else.
They were just sniffing it, but then I found they were actually drinking it, which was, oh god. And now I found out that a lot of black people in the U.S. Eat cornstarch and wash their chicken in dish soap. I don't know.
It adds flavor.
God, we're on YouTube, so I can't make jokes.
Okay, there's okay, I have a video here. This is on apparently chimpanzees have amazing like visual memory. So I'm playing a video right now, guys.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be stream delayed for you guys. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember the study.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen this. Yes.
Yeah, just like instantly get it. They don't. I'm pretty sure chimpanzees don't even know what numbers are. They just sort of get the shapes.
It's just visual it's just shape recognition.
And they just BTFO humans at this test. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's something I think of when we talk about, like, apparently abos have amazing. Sorry, that's a.
God damn, that monkey's insane.
They're
crazy,
all,
right?
No, they're all like that. All the chimpanzees. That's like normal for a chimpanzee. That's like bog standard.
They're evolved to do. They're evolved to have pattern recognition. It's why they're our ancestors.
Quick. Right. So yeah, a lot of the stuff that like humans do, like humans like make maps and stuff and like navigate an area, or they can like remember like specific landmarks and like but like for chimps it's like dead reckoning through the jungle.
Well, I guess because their shit has to be more precise. Like, yeah, humans have evolved ways of essentially delineating to take that need for that instantaneous recognition away from the cognitive processing.
Right.
You know, so
because we have more important shit to worry about.
Same with like,
exactly.
Same with like whales and the giant whales able to like dead reckon to like specific points in like the ocean.
Yes, yeah.
Like humans don't do that. Humans have maps and star charts. And,
yeah, we created this to be so that we could delegate that thing that otherwise would need to require more cognitive energy, and delegate that into like, oh, I'll put it on a map so I don't have to remember it, right? Yeah. Which is part of our evolutionary functionality. Yeah. Which is cool, but you can still see it in our, relative.
There's a bunch of this stuff that in places doesn't make much sense. Like a lot of animals don't have object permanency yet. So like if they don't see it, They don't think it's there or it exists.
Yeah.
To be fair,
you have
babies don't have object permanence.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know.
In fact, I think there are some like primates that don't have object permanency.
Yeah.
So the fact chimps can do this so effortlessly is remarkable. Or similarly,
I think
there are-
I think chimps have object permanence.
I do think chimps.
do.
Yeah, I think so.
but like then you get ants. Ants know what they look like in a mirror. Even
Yeah,
they have
which
kind
is
of concept of what a
bizarre.
mirror is. Meanwhile, there are people who fail that test. Like,
Which is
legitimately people.
astonishing.
Are there people?
No, there are some. Usually, it's because they have some kind of brain damage, but there are. Some,
Yeah, it's because they're blind.
No, not because they're
Fun
blind,
fact about
Spoon.
blind people: they're immune to schizophrenia.
There
There
are
has
some people who
never been a single schizophrenic who was blind.
there are legitimately
Really?
some people who cannot recognize themselves in a mirror, and it's a mental disorder, obviously. But there are
Called
people who,
leftists these days.
no, but
Look in a mirror, they have a panic attack.
well, yeah, because it doesn't agree with my gender identity. That stuff by the way is
Which
I
someone
think
else told me doesn't exist.
You know, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure dogs can recognize themselves in a mirror. I know that there used to be a debate on that. Like, do dogs can dogs recognize themselves in a mirror? And one thing that they did that was done, which I think is kind of stupid, and they did this for like various apes, is they put like a little mark on them, and the apes will do it all.
Yeah.
And there's several birds that do that as well. But they would do that for dogs, and dogs would never try to like remove the marks. So I was like, oh, I guess the dogs can't. But that's stupid. Like that assumes the dog. That assumes the dog cares. And honestly, I think like little studies, like little experiments from like random people on YouTube, where they have where the dog's looking at the mirror, and then the owner just walks behind and is like super quiet, and the dog sees the owner in the mirror and then looks behind them. And and they do that all the time. Like basically, the thing is, dogs don't care that much about their appearance. Is the thing, right?
No, I think that dog is probably just the reason why dogs and cats play with mirrors is it's fun. I think they're probably actually just playing,
right?
Because you can tell, exactly when when the owner walks up behind the dog or the cat, the dog or the cat will turn around, so they recognize that what they're seeing is not entirely real. It's play pretend, which animals do all the time.
Yeah, but like you'll see little puppies like barking at the mirror as if it's another dog, but like especially
I hope it really is just that simple.
Like smarter breeds, like
more
adult dogs. It looks to me like they can tell that they know what they are, whereas
I think so as well. I think that both like dogs are highly, I think are more probably intelligent than cats, and I say that even though I'm a cat person. Cats are more like just pest control animals, but they've totally evolved in line with humans and have become totally reliant on humans. So they've had to learn how humans behave.
I don't think they're totally
to stimuli.
I don't think they're totally. I actually think cats are less reliant because there's cats that
than dogs.
Yeah, there are cats that go stray and they survive and reproduce out in like.
But again, they have object permanency, which is odd.
But cats are phenomenally smart from what I've seen.
Yeah, but object permanency may not be like that has a cost, right? To know. So that has a cost, and so is it worth the cost for AMP? Maybe it is, maybe it's not.
I mean, like I can only speak from personal experience, and so this is of course an anecdote. But I hadn't seen my cat for nearly 3 years, and when I went home and went back to my mom's house, I hadn't seen my cat in 3 years, and she just immediately was like, oh my god, like she was all over me, like purring and be like, oh, there you are, oh, Aiden, like it was just all over me. And it's been 3 years. If that animal doesn't have some kind of level of object permanence, and I don't look like I did. I have way longer hair now.
Yeah, well, but that's a little bit different because babies that don't have object permanence, that when a ball like rolls behind some other object, they don't conceive that the ball's still there. They recognize their parents even if their parents go away, right?
Right. They reckon. Well, that's one of the most important things.
So it's a little bit
with
different.
Babies. Yeah, I think facial recognition is the most thing in probably in most species, is that recognizing the face. Because like if you hide it, you put a ball behind a screen, and a baby just doesn't understand where it went anymore. Same thing with a cat or any other animal, a dog. They're like they think it disappeared. They can't understand that, but they can still see your face. You hide your face and then bring it back. They're like, oh, there you are. So that seems to be more of probably a very basic evolutionary stratagem of being able to understand facial features, even across species.
Maybe it's like a object permanence. Like they understand. Maybe they know that people are permanent. Maybe, but the objects may not be permanent. But your parents are permanent. Which kind of is, kind of an important thing for a baby to know.
Yep.
Because it's like, oh, can't see mom. Mom disappeared.
Right. It's more of an idea that
I guess I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I think that would be. Although I have seen that where, like, if you do peekaboo with a baby, sometimes the baby will cry because they think mom went away forever. But not usually. It's fascinating though. Object permanence is one of those things that I find very fascinating about development in young humans. I've never been. My mom is a preschool teacher. She's always wanted me to be a human development psychologist, and it's like, nah, I have no interest. In terms of childhood development, it's too much. It's too much. For me personally, it's too much. I don't like to look at. I don't want to get involved with understanding kids all the time. It's too complicated.
Okay, so we got another white power chat from Cool Kid. $2. My friend commissioned his own study where he used survey data to find a G factor of conspiracy belief, a general factor of conspiracy belief. Okay, so I'll have that here, and I'll also link it in the Rumble chat, because that's the slowest moving chat, and I'll put it on the screen here. Factor structure of conspiracy beliefs. So generic conspiracy, climate change. Okay, so aliens and Satanism is sort of an offshoot, and then Jewish, and then there's fakery here. So what's fakery? I don't know exactly what fakery is.
Yeah, what? Hang on, I gotta read this whole thing. Hang on. Decent end size.
Let's see. Okay, Karen Zimmer. This is how I played 100 item questionnaire. Okay, so they're just doing a factor analysis for
basic
conspiracy. Okay, a lack of trust in mainstream institutions on the extent of conspiracy theories, R equals 0.8. Okay.
Go on here.
It's good to have that quantified. Flat Earth. Climate change.
Put that in there. Nice.
Jewish conspiracies.
Just read the results section. Total 191 response. Completed the survey. 15 surveys were discarded. Whatever. Discarded because of validation. Of the 176 remaining surveys, 77 reported this identified. This is the demographic data.
The range. Okay, total was 15.
Box
15
plots
were discarded.
Yeah. Here we go. The box plots. The value in these histograms. This is.
It says truther, but I don't know what a truther is, so they're making me read the words. I don't like reading words.
I don't like.
Truth would be the 9/11 truthers.
IQ tests are not a valid measure of intelligence. Jesus was a real historical person. I don't think Jesus was real.
The term truther emerged as a result of 9/11 truth movement. Is that what was used as a verification?
Okay, this is 9/11.
Oh yeah, it was. Do you identify yourself as a conspiracy theorist or truther? So truther is being used as / conspiracy theorist in this.
Okay. So score buckets. So basically.
So.
I'd have to read this.
I have to look through this more carefully as well.
Yeah. But I mean,
are these eigenvalues here in figure 1?
I don't know. What's an
I would
argument?
love to see the breakdown on this. So it's just like the difference between people like, yeah, I believe that chances are 9/11 might have been an inside job, and then you get the next guy over. It's like, yeah, booting these shadow markets.
I assume these are eigenvalues, but I'd have to read the whole study because I haven't. But I assume these are eigenvalues, and if so, that's interesting.
ASFE.
Glorious distribution.
Can we read? Let's see.
Score bucket.
Just do what Alan Moore does, and just like each week pick a new, more autistic thing to believe in from like the whole conspiracy theorist like iceberg.
Like measles and polio.
Yeah,
The Earth is much younger than 4.5 billion years.
did you pay somebody? Somebody in your audience paid for the study?
I don't know. Let me find the chat here. I don't want to.
Oh wait, read the unread.
Where is it?
Actual living.
My friend commissioned his own study. So this is from Cool Kid speaking for a friend. So maybe he did, maybe his friend did. I don't know who Cool Kid is.
All right.
Where he used survey data to find a G factor for conspiracy belief. But yeah, this is not something that you can just sort of. This is not, for me at least. Maybe for you, Aiden, it is. But for me, this isn't light reading. This is something.
Oh no, I could read this in about. It could be like 30 minutes, and I could, but like it's
Yeah.
I'd have to go through and because it was a commissioned study, which I normally like, and trust me, I know how bullshit the academic system is. I would, however, want to see the raw data just to be able to run it through a few analyses myself, just a few.
There's a few.
If I run through a really basic analysis and see that it aligns, then I wouldn't really necessarily have any more, because there's no reason for me to distrust this.
Right.
Because it seems logical, but however, I mean, well, is it logical that people who believe in conspiracy theories are higher in IQ? What's this?
Yes, it means you can think outside the box.
There's pattern recognition as well, which is
maybe.
Yeah. Oh no, actually, hang on. Look here though.
Is that they're dumber?
Look at the flat Earth one.
Flat
That's
Earth.
not a conspiracy. That's just fucking stupid.
What page are we on? Aiden, tell us the page.
Page 23. Page 23. Look, so for all of the conspiracies.
I can't. Oh, here we go. Okay, page
for
23.
look at just compare the flat Earth conspiracy versus the Jewish conspiracy, which is the one that's directly below it.
And what are the score buckets?
Look at the score buckets of the flat Earth versus the flat Earth.
Okay,
it
so
has a normal curve on it. Look, the flat Earth one has a normal curve for the truthers.
This is flat Earth and terrain theory. Okay.
Yeah. So and then compare that to the one behind it, which is
the Jewish conspiracy. Okay, so dude, I've heard that as well. Independent from the studies that like basically higher IQ people tend to be more anti-Jewish.
And I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying based on these data.
It's like
it would.
Yeah.
Here's something to also consider is that more. I think statistically speaking, that Jews do tend to score higher on IQ tests.
Yeah, of course.
And
well, there you
who's
go.
going to be more bold to admit they don't like Jews? Other Jews. This is what I would like to posit this as Larry David's law. That the more Jewish a person is, the more happy they are to admit they hate the Jews.
I mean, this is actually kind of an interesting dichotomy here in that the flat Earth thing, which I think that most of us agree is kind of stupid.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, is that that has a very normal curve on IQ truthers, and then the Jewish conspiracy.
This is going on. This is going on Twitter. This has been fact checked. Totally true. No.
Yeah, totes true. Hundo.
No. It's just self-evident.
100%. Yeah, self-evident.
Jewish
find these truths to be self-evident.
IQ. right.
You can ask that on Twitter, like who hates Jews more than other Jews, and just name a bunch of people.
Oh, it doesn't necessarily mean other Jews, but like it's the high IQ.
It's just really funny that like those two things are in a row, right? Where you have a total normal curve distribution versus such a left skewed distribution on IQ.
I want to cut.
Right
I want to just see an image of the group for the high IQ Jew haters, and it's just all Asian
I know
people.
that it is on the right skewed, but the way that you're supposed to say it is reversed because it's fucking stupid.
Be quiet. Oh, that's school stuff.
No, you know how dumb it is, but it's called a left skewed distribution, even though it's to the right skewed. It's because you skew it towards a lower number. So
I know you're right, but it's wrong. I know it's right, but it's wrong.
Isn't that so fucking annoying that you're supposed to be like, it's a left skewed distribution because that's towards the lower number? No, the obvious way that you would describe this is a right skewed distribution, but no, that's not the way we're supposed to describe it. How fucking infuriating.
Alright, you people.
We didn't get to Denver Airport.
Conspiracy
God.
theories.
Denver Airport
for a minute?
is the
Hang on.
sketchiest shit.
This is great.
Hang on. After you post this, can we talk about the Denver airport for a minute? Because I have to go use the bathroom, but again, because I'm a woman.
Sure.
Let's talk about the Denver airport for a minute, because this is fascinating. One sec, beer bag.
Denver Airport does not make a lick of sense. Like the layout is completely fucked. It was built with a bunch of rooms that were just sunk into the ground for no reason. There's a gigantic blue statue of a horse with glowing red eyes called Lucifer out front. And when it was being built, the head fell off and crushed the artist who designed it to death. And then they put the head back on after wiping it off pretty much, and then didn't talk about it again. There's a massive mural of a Nazi with an AK and a scimitar being surrounded by dead and dying children, and it's called like it's called something like the I think it's, what was it called? I'll look it up in a second. What it's called? It's called something fucked up, and it's got a rainbow above it, and right below it is AUAG written in the mural.
AU is
gold,
gold
and silver.
Gold
and silver. No.
Have you posted pictures of the
AUAG is not gold and silver. It's AUAG, the strain of hepatitis that the person who founded the airport discovered, and it was really worried. Everyone was really worried about it at the time because they thought it was a bioweapon.
What? For what?
The hepatitis thing. I told you about it.
Oh, you did.
Also, the entire place the layout makes no sense unless you include the underground disused rooms. Like there's just terminals that don't connect properly. Also, the entire facility is in the shape of kind of a crude swastika.
It is. Have you at least seen the image of the horse?
Yes.
Yes, it is. It's
I want to see this swastika.
It's a very wonky one, but it is. It makes sense that it's in that shape though, because it's the most like effective use of space.
So.
Oh, this is funny. Oh, hold on. The supplemental materials is kind of funny on the.
What's in the sub?
On. Did I link it? The supplemental material.
Yeah. No, just saw the basic file.
Oh wait, that's actually real, Bill. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh,
that horse. It's called Lucifer. It's outside of the Denver airport.
I thought that was a joke.
Here's so transparently evil.
Here's a supplemental.
Let me see the sub.
Let me
The fuck.
Oh my god! Midway meme on vaccine hesitancy. But it's true, isn't it? Did they actually find evidence for this within the data?
I have to go read the study, but
I have to read this as well. If this is true,
the subs are kind of funny.
If this is fucking true, and you actually found evidence of the midwit
of the Grug Big Brain Alliance.
Okay, there's no way that's real.
That's real. It's called.
Link the. Okay, so we're looking at the subs, and you guys are talking about the Denver.
Okay, so
look,
I'm gonna have to look at
this?
These data in because there's a bunch of histograms that I'm gonna have to look at here.
Okay, I
but
can't.
How wet? Oh shit! Though, but just looking at the histograms, it does.
Are they straining a bit? I'm trying to run the.
Oh no, I'm not straining. I'm saying the histograms.
No, are they straining the? I mean, are they straining the?
A little bit. But...
So here's the Denver airport mural, I guess.
I think this one is Children of the World Dream of Peace.
Yeah, what the fuck is
There's
this
another
thing?
one called In Peace and Harmony with Nature, which is another one about dead children.
The Denver mural.
They're so fucking weird.
Also, there's a bunch of gargoyles, which are like little imps on top of like briefcases
and they're
shit.
animated.
Do you have? Oh, here's the blue horse. Okay, let me open browser. That is stupid. I have Discord.
Also, it was founded.
Lucifer?
Yeah, it's called Lucifer.
Come on, open.
Also, there's the plaque.
Like, why would you?
Oh my god, this is fucking real.
Why would you? Why would you do that?
No. Hold on. And...
Wait, this doesn't look. This is way too big. Look at how big those light poles are, and how big this.
I just saw the Satan.
And they showed the giant cock on the horse here. Okay.
Yeah, that's not. Considering everything else, that's not the weirdest thing that they included the Johnson.
No. But is it really? Is it really that big?
Yes, it's fucking huge.
Yeah, it's huge. No, I don't know if you can notice this.
Why would they? What?
Also, this is Denver. Okay,
I don't know. Why did they do this?
For reference, this is 54 miles outside of Denver. There was an existing international airport 25 miles outside of Denver. So there was no reason for this to exist.
They built this in the middle of nowhere, put a bunch of weird, Masonic shit all over it.
Look at the stone. New World Airport Commission. They looked it up. That doesn't exist. There is no such thing as a New World Airport Commission.
Doesn't exist.
Furthermore, the people who made it...
Let me put all these things on the...
This is one of my favorite. Yeah, they even mentioned the most worshipful Grand Lodge of AF and AM of Colorado. So it's the Colorado Masons who commissioned this. But no one knows where the money came from. This thing is $5 billion over budget and 6 years late.
Yeah, and they just put a crazy fucking giant dick. Oh, by the way, did Bill, while I was in the bathroom, did he mention that the head of the horse fell off and killed its own
sculptor?
He did. Okay.
Yeah. So the person was a New Mexico artist.
Yeah.
Who was kind of infamous for this kind of Masonic weird shit.
I don't know I don't even understand what kind of Masonic cult shit was going on here, but I fuck. Dude.
Also, whenever they try and do damage control, saying it's not all these weird conspiracy theory things, they always botch it and make it actually incriminate themselves further. There's multiple videos of them trying to explain themselves, and they never explain any reason for why they have a bunch of underground tunnels and shit. Some people say that those tunnels go as far as Cheyenne.
I don't know. This mural here. Yeah, this mural here of the forest fire and the weird penguin thing. This looks
people in graves.
This really looks like it's supposed to be.
There's a look on the right. Look on the right hand side underneath the boy holding the squirrel.
Yeah. There's three.
There's a little girl child in a grave.
Well, there's three graves.
And the fact that some of the names are taken from the Georgia Guidestones.
It's what?
In Peace and Harmony with Nature, which is verbatim something on one of the Georgia Guidestones. Yep. The Sanskrit side.
What is I don't know. This screams like it's trying to give you secret meaning.
Yeah, that's the thing though. What would you do to fuck with people if they are onto you? You would make something this egregious.
Maybe it's just meant to look like it has some. Maybe it's like Neon Genesis Evangelion, where it's
oh, maybe
it's supposed.
That would be the Masons in a nutshell. Really, they actually mention in. Even as far back as the Protocols of Zion, which whether it's a hoax one way or the other is up to anyone else's debate. But they even say the Masons are a bunch of patsies. We'll use them for the money until we need to get rid of them.
Yeah. I mean, I need to look this up to see if this
right?
This giant horse is
Which is horrifying.
Why
It's
would
so it's so needlessly
Evil.
over the top. It's like that statue of Gandhi they put the red glowing eyes on. But that was like puttied into the statue after the fact by someone vandalizing it.
I know
Gandhi's statue does not naturally have glowing red eyes.
Right, and I know you might be want to believe that the emphasis on the red eyes is a Photoshop, but no, they actually put glowing red eyes into this enormous blue horse they put in front of this airport.
Also, the glowing eye survived the head falling off and killing the person who made it. Also, it was like the last thing they installed. So the inauguration of this site was a man being crushed to death by a gigantic
horse head,
demonic horse head.
You're
starting to get scared now.
No, I mean, because I mean, this all could this could just be like.
It's a very expensive shit post at $5 billion over budget alone.
Yeah.
No, I think the elites
with the money
actually,
coming from nowhere.
I think the elites actually quite enjoy putting out this shit to upset regular people like us.
And maybe just create like, well, it doesn't upset. I just find it weird, but it could just be like a blind alley. Like, look at all this. What's the meaning behind? Where's Waldo in here? You know,
maybe it's like I think this was made like in the late 80s, early 90s. Maybe it's like the 90s equivalent of I don't like black people bottom text. I mean, like, I don't know how the elites think because I don't drink adrenochrome. So
I think that it was, in my opinion on it, is that this was a whole big meme of people will find out about this and then they'll talk about their conspiracy theories about us and ha hee hee tee hee. And then it'll make them, again, it's what we said earlier, it will make them look stupid. We'll intentionally put all this really insane, weird shit into our airport.
Right.
I mean,
3 car rental places in the same airport. Like, why?
But I think it was on purpose of being like, again, this is a false flag, if you want to call it, of we're going to put really insane shit that looks like demonic Satan worship into our airport. And then just kind of be like, oh, well, what are you going to do about it?
I want to know what paint they use that the mural is still like in completely perfect, pristine condition, like 30 years later.
The mural's inside the building.
Still.
I mean, is it environmentally controlled?
Nowhere in there? No,
yeah,
they
it must
just seem to be out there. Some of them are like they're in installations for those things, but no fading.
They've got like rainforest animals inside of boxes.
I just find it hilarious that it's so. Let's face it. This is not a very aesthetically pleasing art style. This is kind of shitty looking.
Yeah, it's awful. And there's a pure, you can't hide from that symbol. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's obviously just meant to make people go, What is this? There must be some
block art.
There must be some message in this. What's the message?
I agree.
And there's probably no message. It's probably just.
I actually agree with you that I think that it's all ultimately like all this shit is probably like a false flag, and not a false flag in that it's meant to distract and get people invested and interested in something that is looking like such an overt display of evil from the elites. But normally their shit is way more insidious and obscured.
Right. Or maybe not even. Also, like, why would you even want to give clues to like some grand?
Right. Well, I if you want me to go into my religious stuff, which I won't go too much in depth into, is that if you are an actual worshiper of Satan and Lucifer, you're actually required to make it super obvious. It's part of your pact with Lucifer to make it obvious about what you're doing. You have to show the whole world about your Lucifer.
That's why they're obsessed with tattoos and brands and like iconography and shit. It's just it's an iconographic religion because let's face it, it's not technically theistic.
If you believe in that stuff, and I do, I'm a Christian, but like, and I've also studied Hermeticism, Gnosticism, and other types of.
Sort of theory that Mr. Beast might be the Antichrist, and looking at how lame he is, I can kind of believe that.
But
because I wouldn't believe that the Antichrist would actually be quite.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was weird. That was weird. So you have this guy, he calls himself Mr. Beast, and he goes around like curing the blind. Like, okay, buddy, like,
it's a little bit weird, right?
What are you? See,
what did you mean by this?
Like, yeah, but my view thing, I think he's doing that just to like sort of take the piss out. It's like,
I think the name Mr. Beast is a reference to one of the Max Payne games.
Maybe.
That'd be kind of
Because
weird.
he calls himself that at one point in Max Payne
If you-
2.
If
Yeah.
you want to think that there's something modern that is the mark of the beast, I think it's probably the vaccine. I'm seeing this only because we're on Rumble. But
Okay. Well, I guess. Well, whatever.
No, I don't actually believe that.
That was based
But
on
I'm
Jesuit
saying,
teachings, which are heretical.
I'm saying if I've read some writings from some Christian theosophers where
Jesuit.
they weren't Jesuits. In fact, the guy who I read that from like hates the Jesuits. But
Why is he,
I don't
reading the
I don't
Jesuit
actually
version
believe
of
it's-
Revelation then?
I'm not saying that. I actually don't believe that necessarily either. But I do think that sometimes people who are these weird like New World Order people, they get off on intentionally signing and signifying anti-Christian methodology messaging. You know, I think that's part
The
of their
same way that we enjoy posting things that are spicy
Yeah,
and
it's
racist because it
their-
upsets lefty people.
Yeah, it's their means of making like art like
They've
this
got
on
such
the wall.
a fucking. If they've got such a run up on memes, why are they so bad at it?
Is that?
I mean,
yeah,
yes,
but is it? I don't know. That seems kind of like. I don't know. Ripping on Christians seems kind of old hat at this point.
It is old hat at this point, right? But I would think that.
But I don't know.
I
Maybe
don't know.
maybe these guys that are in their 60s and 70s, and this is from
in charge of this.
and this is from
Yeah.
not the 90s, so maybe it wasn't old hat then, but now
It would
it's
have been like, haha, isn't it funny that we're gonna dunk on Christians by making this giant satanic temple?
Well,
in our
now
airport?
what they do is they make the giant weird bizarre like Negro head in front of things. That's,
Oh my god! In Wall Street, right in front of Wall Street, yeah.
Right,
like
and one where it looks like a guy's like grabbing his massive schlong or something. That
Right,
abstract piece is like.
Or the giant French butt plug tree.
I do think this stuff means something.
At least with
to
the
these
French,
people.
you can just go.
I
"Yeah,
don't.
French."
I don't. I think it means.
You don't think so?
I think the meaning is exactly what you see. It's just like we're gonna put a weird looking black face in front of some important. I don't remember where that was. But
Oh, that was in
Is that
Boston. Yeah,
the whole,
it was
like-
in Boston. The big
Like,
black head.
I think
Yeah.
that just means exactly what it looks like, which is
Just
like
co-
black.
just
We're black people in charge. We're great, wonderful, and
Have
worship
we
at
ever
the
considered-
statue of this weird
I think the
exaggerated
moment
nog face.
I mean,
When
I am
we-
a Christian, so I get a little bit like weirded out when I see stuff that seems overtly satanic.
Yeah,
But
that's what they want you to do, though.
but that
I know exactly.
Your response should
yeah.
be cringe.
but that
it
could
may-
just be
I
all
think
it is.
that's
It's just meant to get that reaction from you.
They're trying to get people like me who are looking for like, what the fuck is this end
What are-
time shit?
What are
You know?
See the signs. What are the signs?
Right. Exactly.
Thir-
exactly.
13 stars on the EU flag. Is that the beast? Anyway,
At least they aren't in the swastika like they used to be.
yeah, but see, that's what I find kind of lame. Is that we're gonna have all this satanic shit, and included in the satanic shit is the swastika, which is like, well, to a certain number of Christians,
to-
that's
to,
not
like,
necessarily true. But that's
Not just to Christians, but to East Asians, it's considered a sign of peace.
right.
You know.
Well, and to me, it's considered a sign of peace. And anyway, so anonymous for $5. Have you been banned from Patreon, or is that just a conspiracy theory? Well, that would be a conspiracy because it involves a conspiracy of people at Patreon, not necessarily many people. But it is a true conspiracy theory. I was banned
You
from
were
Patreon.
banned from Patreon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So I'm only
Why
on.
why are you such a naughty boy?
Well, because I make. Well, this stream is actually pretty tame.
I
think-
know. I've
thi-
requested
Me
it to
and
be
Spoon
pretty
have been on
tame
our best
'cause-
behavior. What can
Yeah.
we say?
Yes, that is very much the case.
Well, a lot of the streams is just me talking, and when it's just me talking, I tend to go off into topics, and when I go off into topics, so yeah.
We've gone into race realism. We've
Yeah.
been into
We pretty much started with
Jewish stuff.
the works of the Elders of Zion.
that's
Yeah,
one of
yeah,
the first
but
things I brought up.
But you weren't. But you're saying it's not true, right? And so mentioning it.
no, I don't.
Yeah,
They're
so
true, but not necessarily about the people they are initially written about.
Well,
right.
Well, Bill,
I'm
Bill and I-
open-minded that way.
Bill and I read the works of the
protocols,
Elders of Zion and protocols of the Elders of Zion together. I've never read them.
This is eerily accurate, but I do not. But it seems too easy.
We both thought that it seemed like absolute bullshit.
Yeah, I mean,
absolute like Captain Planet weird. Oh bullshit! Like why your powers combined, I am anti-Semitic.
Oh god, there was, I remember watching like some old Captain Planet episode, and there was one episode. It literally starts off where like the bad guy, like what they're doing is they're drilling into an oil seam on like off the coast of somewhere, and they're not even trying to extract the oil. They're literally just puncturing an oil pocket to go up into the ocean. Just like and so I think there was another episode where there was like this guy who was just making like a pollution factory, not pollution as a byproduct.
Oh, it's like in was it Streets of Rage where they've got the hunger factories.
Really, the hunger factories?
Yeah, Geese Howard and his hunger factories. I'm pretty sure it's in one of them.
We just factories that just
produce. They manufacture hunger.
Capitalism is just that evil. We manufacture pollution and hunger.
But it just says that this
Remember that time Geese Howard gave Billy Kane cancer?
And they show the guys who are making there's like this recurring character who makes the pollution factory and has this machine that drills the oil seam. He's like this rat character. It's just all gross and stuff. I'm gonna puncture an oil seam and all the oil comes out, and that's all he's doing. Not trying to extract, not make money. Just literally, he just wants to pollute. I live to pollute. That was.
I want to see a like Ace Vane style like redub of Captain Planet where it's just someone drilling into an oil seam. Like, man, fuck them kids. Just my favorite thing in the world is hood rat. Like blaxploitation dubs of existing media.
Have you seen? Have you seen that from the Boondocks? They did the cartoon of like the little. It was like a 7-year-old black kid who got control of his parents' car, and just like started driving around and was like ramming over fences, going over medians and everywhere, and he got caught by the cops. And the cops going up to him, and he said, "I just want to do hood rat things with my friends. I run to hood rat things with my friends." It's so funny. It's just, and it's based on like a real event where this little fat black kid is just like driving around, and they show him with his hands like above his head with the steering wheel. He's just ramming into everything. You can see it in your. He can't see a thing. He's just running over everything.
Sometimes you just got to take your license in your hands and drive like fuck.
It's just Jesus, take the wheel.
Exactly. Yeah. There you go.
And show needs to make a comeback.
It took 4 attempts, but I think they finally did. The left did get it cancelled eventually because they kept talking shit about black entertainment television, and they got really upset about it. And I think the scene of Martin Luther King calling a congregation of black people a bunch of N-words was probably the straw that broke the camel's back.
It's pretty good. It was a pretty funny show. I remember. But okay. So what do we talk about? I'm getting tired. I actually didn't get anything through my little Nagasaki thing, but you guys probably talked.
No, I thought we got a little bit of the Japanese stuff through.
Yeah, but I have like a whole.
No, more.
Not much more. I guess.
Okay,
Okay.
Oh no, not this shit again.
Not this bullshit again. I have to live with this every fucking day.
Every day. You gotta listen to it.
You actually speak Japanese?
Hi.
Please don't ask me
Hi. I can.
Myself and Bill will beat you up if you keep doing this.
Can I count to 10? Can I count to 10? Ichi, ni, san, yon, go, roku, nana, hachi, kyuju. Yes, I can.
Bill, do you have a tie iron?
I've got an axe, though. Give me a second.
Okay.
I would actually say the 1, 2, 3, 4 is different.
I swear to God, woman.
This is not a language stream. Me
sound
and
too good.
Spoon have had to
Fantastic.
hold our language this whole stream.
I know some Japanese words. There's computers, computer, strawberry,
Computer. Yeah.
strawberries,
Or pasacam. Computer or pasacam.
strawberries. I thought strawberry was strawberry.
Ichigo.
We will start citing the laws of prayer in Latin backwards, by the way.
Ichigo. Every time.
This is a great
Strawberry
stream,
Ichigo.
guys. This is
Yeah.
the great content you guys come here for.
So strawberry.
They didn't drop a nuke, but they should have done.
Ichigo.
Yeah, they should have done
Didn't
it.
drop a nuke, but they should have. Yeah, strawberries Ichigo.
You know, I'm starting to think that Grave of the Fireflies was a fucking feel-good movie.
Look, now they want to drop another nuke on there just because I'm speaking in Japanese. What's wrong?
And you're not even they want to drop nuke on just for their pernicious influence on Aiden here.
South Africa prior to 1990s was a better
Look,
run country.
I started learning Japanese when I was 11 years old, so my
Mental
Japanese is
concept.
not great in terms of my language, but my pronunciation pretty top notch.
The concept of a South African anime just enters my brain. I
One
don't
thing
want to think about that ever again.
One thing I appreciate about the Japanese language is objective pronunciation. That's what I like about it.
Yeah.
But there's one way to pronounce the word, and there's a little, and if you have pronouncing it in a weird way, they have the little subscript and superscript, and that's all. But then there's the kanji.
No. That's
Bill,
not
you and I
true.
have shown far too much
That's not-
patience for
that's
this
not true.
for one
That's
evening.
not true.
That's not,
Yes, quite.
no.
I've had a
There
bottle
is
of
only
Bushmills
there's
whiskey by my
only
side
one
the
way
whole
to
evening,
pronounce
that's why.
Japanese. The subscript
Oh,
and
that
top
is-
script
okay.
is
And
just
that
to be
hasn't
clear,
fueled you?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay,
a sip every now and then, just to
with
numb it.
manga, the reason why there is
And your
okay, so
temperament has
there's 3 different types of Japanese script. There's 2 different types of Japanese script. It's katakana, hiragana, and,
Watch
Yeah.
15 hours
kanji.
of like
Yes.
So and then there's
Conspiracy theory
also
icebergs
what
for
you
this.
if you're reading Japanese script and it has like different
Dive into
script
some
written on
yoga.
top of
That
it, it's
sounds
called
kind of gay.
furigana.
Hey guys.
They're not gonna stop.
Okay.
Yes, myself and Bill are trying to avoid any kind of
They see what I-
racial
they don't want us
animus.
to.
They
They
don't-
hate weebs. Shit.
They don't want to learn about the
They don't want to learn about the
I
glorious
can already speak
Nippon.
a
They don't
second
want to.
language.
They don't want to
Fuck
learn
all of you.
about the language of the weebs.
Glorious Nippon.
No, we don't. Or at least I
What's
don't.
that?
So,
I study the Book of Five Rings. Y'all can fuck off.
okay,
my
so
tongue.
more-
こんな映画はわからないけど。
okay,
I'm a man who likes sports and lifting heavy shit.
okay.
Let's
So
continue.
more stuff about nukes. What is it about
Nukes.
nukes? About
Two
how
were not enough.
Speaking
Or
of
not.
Japan,
Zero nukes were indefinitely not enough. We need to hit them with 3. Sow the sea of cobalt.
Okay.
Right.
So like there's like some off
Base
case
name for a band, by the way,
case
Sea of
and
Cobalt.
on case arguments. So off case arguments, yeah. So like it's taken longer for most countries to replicate the Manhattan Project than it took for the Manhattan Project to actually produce a bomb, which seems
which
really
took
well.
about 2 years?
Took
3
yeah,
years?
basically
4 years?
about 2 years of like the real once they got into the research, which seems
Weird.
which seems weird, especially since the Soviet developed their atomic bomb. They took about 3 years because they started in April of 1946, and they didn't finish until the middle of 49, and then the first testing was in 1951.
And that was when they were doing research,
I think
like
that
operating the
what we
demon
sh-
cores with screwdrivers.
And I
In
think
the,
what we should
in
be
the
clear about
U.S.
is-
Well, no, the Demon Core kit was from after the war. Was
Yeah,
when the
yeah.
Demon Core events happened. But no,
I think
but
what we should all be clear about with this, so really quickly, is that none of us are saying that there is no such thing as nuclear energy. Obviously,
no. Okay, so nuclear energy is actually a lot. Like, in fact, when Einstein wrote his letter
Yeah.
to Roosevelt, he was saying that he was pretty much certain that nuclear reactors could come about. As for a nuclear explosion, he was saying that's a lot more difficult, and it's a very different problem. Nuclear weapons from nuclear reactors. So those are different. What I'm not even even saying that nukes aren't real. I'm saying that the Manhattan Project didn't finish on time, and that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were
because we have
were
some
hoax.
pretty good examples of. Well, although we've talked about before how almost any kind of explosion, not any kind, but many kinds of explosions can create a mushroom cloud effect.
Yeah.
So But I would say that, for example, like the Tsar Bomba and there are nuclear weapons that are extant all over the world at this point.
Yeah.
Were they in 1942?
No, there weren't in 1942. So anyway, so one of the off-case arguments that I think sort of this isn't a smoking gun, but it just casts a little bit of doubt, is that the Manhattan Project basically finished their work in about 2 years. Right? They went from a few theories in a dream to creating a functional, like not just a bomb that worked at a test site, but one that was a practical military weapon. For the Soviet Union, they had been spying on the Manhattan Project since 1942. They didn't finish their atomic bomb until 49. So again, that's not proof. I mean, the U.S. scientists, they're just wizards. The Soviets, they're just a little slow. Could be, but see that it casts a little bit of doubt. That's why I call it like an off-case argument.
It's the same thing with the COVID vaccine, right? Is that like the amount of
I think that was in development before. Well,
actually, yes, it was. So actually, you could give them more deference towards that, but it's incomprehensible to me as a scientist myself, to the certain degree that I am, which is a social scientist, which is like, now I know this is during wartime, so it's very different. So you have to like worry about things like ethics, right?
Right.
But even under those circumstances, it would take so long to be able to move something from initial experimentation into testing into production, that 2 years is.
It seems kind of crazy, especially since you have a whole bunch.
When you think about it sincerely, yeah.
Especially since there's a whole bunch of other governments that had the advantage of basically a lot of information from the Manhattan Project, even like the unclassified stuff that has come out, it still gives a lot of clues. Basically, any country that's starting to has a nuclear weapons program, even though they don't know, for example, the parameters of the bomb, they have a lot more basic knowledge of how it works than anyone did in like April of 1943, when the real heavy research started being done at Los Alamos.
Yeah.
So a bit sketchy, not impossible. They could have just been.
It is not impossible. That is true. I think we should.
But this is cast a little bit of. I mean, it's in conjunction with other things. Another thing is that the use of the atomic bombs on Japan was convenient, and that's used on Japan and not Germany. Now you could say, well, that's it, they weren't finished until Germany had already surrendered. That's true, but it's also very convenient because Germany, up to the very end, had much more robust air defense than Japan did. In terms of, I think in terms of having fighters, right? So to pull off,
clear,
that
so whatever was done to Hiroshima and Nagasaki was extreme.
Can you say that without a Japanese inflection?
No, I literally can't at this point. I've been speaking Japanese since I was 11 years old. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but Hiroshima and Nagasaki is.
There you go.
So bad. It hurts so bad to say it. But whatever would happen at those two cities, was scorched earth.
Oh
but
yeah.
Was it an atomic bomb? Now, that could potentially be up for question.
Okay, so anyway, but it was convenient that it was used on Japan and not Germany for two reasons. One, Germany had much more robust air defenses until literally the very end. So they'd be being intercepted by fighters, whereas over Japan, the skies were basically empty. They had basically no fighters.
Yeah. There were also more white people around.
Okay. And the second reason is that the German buildings were not made of wood. The Japanese cities were mostly made out of wood, whereas the German cities were mostly made out of stone and concrete. So if you look at images of bombed out German cities, the structures are mostly still standing. Right. Now the roofs are all burned off, and everything's burned off. So when you firebomb one of these German cities, the bones of the cities are still there, whereas in the Japanese cities, the bones are basically entirely gone. So if this was a firebombing hoax, it would look a lot more persuasive on a Japanese city than on a German city. So and
there's an ocean between them and the nearest potentially allied nation, so there's no risk,
right?
Because of the large margin for error.
Right.
However,
what would you attribute then the subsequent massive increase in cancer rates in Japan?
Now that is, well, first off, the
Having Americans in proximity.
yeah, well, there is
Toxic runoff.
see, now one thing that there wasn't a I actually haven't looked at, because I'd want to look into the potential of increased cancer rate in the United States
Because
as well.
it's been very bad. However, I would give you a little bit of a hint.
Let me give you let me give you let me point to another thing.
All right.
At Los Alamos, they did the one test was the 100-ton explosive test, which is basically they just put 100 tons of TNT on a big box, and they use that ostensibly to calibrate the explosion, which, fair enough. That's not that itself is not inherently suspicious. Before you have the real test, you want to calibrate your measurements. That's fine. But they also had another test where they had 100 tons of TNT, but they also put in a bunch enriched. They put a certain amount of enriched uranium in there, and that's actually in this book called. Let me show the book to people, called Death Object by. Oops, it's not showing.
Another great band name.
Yeah, it's this book. Let me scroll to it. Yeah. It's called Death Object, Exploding Nuclear Weapons Hoax by Akio Nakatani. Now, Akio Nakatani, he believes that nuclear weapons full stop are a hoax. The problem with that, the problem...
Is this the guy whose book you sent to me?
Yes, the problem...
Because, wow.
The problem with him saying nuclear weapons aren't entirely a hoax is that it's based on... Well, first off, it's based on some calculations he says he did that he can't show because of Born Secret laws on nuclear weapons stuff.
I was a bit suspect.
So I'm suspect of that.
That book.
Another thing is that it's also related to a lot of knowledge on arguments pertaining to nuclear physics, which I kind of want to stay away from. Right? I kind of want to stay away from nuclear physics based arguments.
I have no capacity to be able to understand nuclear physics based arguments. I would imagine you're in the same boat as I am.
So that's why I'm just like staying away from any arguments that's based on knowledge of nuclear physics. I'm staying away from. But the argument for the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings being fake, that's more conventional. That's like they had a research program, didn't reach the deadline, and then they faked it, right? So that's a lot. You don't need to have nuclear physics knowledge or make claims about how nuclear weapons work to make that argument. So that's a very different, much sort of simpler sort of argument there. So what's the next argument?
So I forgot I had the design notes for the little boy bot to hand. I have these from my D&D RPG folder just in case.
Bill has posted the actual bomb specifications.
Yeah.
It seems like it's put together like complete shit.
Okay. So the third problem, that is sort of off-case argument, is the timing of when the bombs were dropped. And
that's a giant issue.
Now, I don't know, is this the sharpshooter fallacy? Because obviously, they had, like, if the bombs were going to be dropped during the war, they would be dropped at some point during the war. And that's true, but it's right at the very end. And so...
I think also, what I would say is more of the issue of the bomb dropping in and of itself issue is that, how did the pilots survive? Because these bombs,
an instant death like radius of the
these bombs explode in air. They don't explode actually when they've hit the ground.
Well, it was 2,000 feet above the ground, so it's not. It's not that. They're pretty close to the ground.
They're only cruising at 3,300. If you're more than 60,000, you're dead.
Yeah.
So
then yet some of one of the pilots, at least I know, lived for 80 years after that or something. Like he lived to be.
Well, I think more important than that is the McLuhan, the reconnaissance aircraft that was like right next to
right,
it,
right behind it, right behind
right.
it.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that's a bigger problem than the Enola Gay.
Also, I've heard it said that the antenna that they had for these bombs could not possibly have actually functioned at the ranges that they were being employed in.
Yeah, possibly. See, I try to avoid those things because there could be some guy who knows, who's like some sort of mechanical engineer, nuclear physicist, and say, no, it could work. Here's how you're a dummy.
I tried to look up the antenna in question. Unfortunately, the site it was mentioned in was down at the time.
So I don't want to make those arguments. Yeah. I don't want to go there, basically. Some other things. This is from neat quotes. Apparently the implosion. So there were two designs. One was the gun mechanism, and one was the implosion mechanism. Basically, the gun, which was the tall boy. The gun mechanism was used at Hiroshima, and then it was also used in like a few like supposed nuclear artillery shells. Okay, but the gun mechanism was basically.
Fat Man or Little Boy? Which one?
I've got here
Little Boy. I keep saying tall. I keep saying Tall Boy. Sorry. Little Boy was the gun mechanism, and that basically wasn't used from then on, except for like the artillery shells that I know of. Everything every other. Once you get to the hydrogen bombs and the thermonuclear warheads. Those all use the implosion mechanism, right? So now the implosion mechanism on Fat Man at Los Alamos was never tested, and this is from quoting from Nakatomi, and the quote, and he's citing this book, "Rider of the Pale Horse: A Memoir of Los Alamos and Beyond" from McAllister H. Hull. I assume that's this guy knows something. Anyway, so he says, instead of the nuclear core, instruments were placed inside the sphere to measure the force of the implosion. I hadn't yet heard the outcome of the test, or even if it had taken place. When I arrived at the Trinity test site, I learned that it had failed. Right. So basically, in order to prevent the neutrons from the fission reaction from just like shooting out in all directions, like the demon core. Right. The demon core is what happens when you make it a reaction
when uranium is induced into contact with other
when it goes supercritical what it does is it's shooting out just basically a whole bunch of
all directions
in all directions, and that's what happens when a nuclear reactor melts down. Okay. So so what they're doing, so in order to create the explosion, you have to create a giant implosion to keep all that stuff in a small area, right? So that's to prevent it all from escaping and just flying off in all different directions. That I don't want to go into much more.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, then read the book.
You would think that.
Yeah, they're making. Well, that's how it's... Look, I'm not a nuclear physicist. I'm just going off of what some guys read.
No, I know. I read a whole bunch of the book that you sent me, but like, wouldn't they want to inherently not want to, if it's a bomb, want to not restrict it into to be contained?
Apparently they need the reaction to go supercritical. Right, so
you have to supercompress the material.
You have to because the thing is, you don't want the neutrons
Yep.
shooting out in all directions. You want them staying in there, splitting more and more atoms, so you get more atoms being split to create the big boom.
Okay.
Right?
Yep. Got it.
So anyway, so continues. When I arrived at the Trinity test site, I learned that it had failed. This implosion mechanism, the timing had failed. I wondered why we were still going ahead with a test of the whole gadget bomb. I learned a bit later the Trinity test was going ahead because Beth had looked at the blank test data and shown that it was the instrumentation itself that had failed. Although the lenses might still have been defective or improperly aligned or improperly designed, the failed test was no proof that they were the problem. So they hadn't even component tested the timings on the charges outside of Fat Man The first test of that timing
really
was the Trinity test. So what was another?
The Trinity test did appear to be largely
yeah. So there's two things. One,
that's
so,
what they wanted to do.
Yeah. So the thing is, from the Trinity test, this is May 7th, 1945. They did the 100-ton test, right, where they just put 100 tons of TNT on a structure and blew it up. So that created a blast crater for 100 tons. And that blast crater was 5 feet deep by 30 feet wide. Okay. Then they did the Trinity test with which was Fat Man with 20 kilotons of TNT. That created a blast crater. The blast crater was 5 feet deep by 30 feet wide. So the same as the 100, which is the same as 100. Now I'm not. Yeah, I'm
like
not.
What we saw in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
No,
in terms of just.
But I say for those two, if it was 20 kilotons of on a nuclear device, it should be a 260-meter blast.
I don't know. I don't know how that scales up. If it if it's a 1-to-1 in terms of area of the blast.
There will be
a
blast radius in terms of
I would expect it to be
deleterious effects.
Yeah, I would expect it to be bigger than 100 tons of TNT. I wouldn't necessarily expect it to be 10. I wouldn't necessarily expect it to be 200 times the area, but I would expect it to be a bit bigger. And it was a ground blast. It wasn't an airburst. So,
if not that the idea was though that just to explode it with a. Here's what I think is the problem that we're facing with the idea of these nuclear weapons, is that if it were true that they had dropped these kinds of nuclear weapons onto Hiroshima and Nagasaki, those areas would not be able to be inhabited, and yet they are. Now.
Okay, I don't know.
If it was, if truly, that would be the contention. That if there was
years before you could step foot there.
I don't want to say that. I mean, I understand that argument.
I wouldn't want to say it.
But because there's some people who could say that the radioactive wouldn't be as bad. I don't know.
Well,
because you're getting into a scientific argument, and I don't want to do.
Actually, I can make the scientific argument for it is because if it's an instantaneous blast of the uranium element hitting the inciting element, it's instantaneous. So that would mean that the radioactive blast would be pretty much instantaneous. It would last for a couple of seconds during the explosion of the radioactive elements hitting each other and creating a nuclear reaction, right?
Okay.
Now, and that actually would totally make sense as to why that wouldn't necessarily make a Chernobyl level type thing that would happen for years and years and years, because it would only be instantaneous.
Okay.
So there's actually science behind that as to why,
sure.
if you're if you're exposed to a very small, if you're exposed to longitudinal nuclear reactor stuff, like that's where you get serious nuclear radiation problems. But if it's instantaneous in a bomb reacting during its explosion, then that would not actually create the longitudinal radiation damage. Although it will create radiation damage, it would not create longitudinal radiation damage.
Okay.
From my understanding of how nuclear devices work.
I would say the more pressing matter would be simply the fact that is it better to believe that the American government would drop to pretty much completely untested weapons that they were worried were going to ignite the atmosphere on a country that had almost no fighting age men left and was all women and children?
They were not.
Isn't that more is it less fucked up to believe that they just faked it to keep the Russians out?
Well, they dropped. Well, Trinity didn't ignite the atmosphere, so.
But still,
they were worried.
I would say it's less fucked up that they use some high-duty incendiaries like they've been using up to this point, which were already pretty fucked up. If you ever seen the aftermath of those.
But let's be clear about what Bill's saying is that the United States government might have been. Japan was kind of over; they were done at this point.
Yeah.
And they might have been worried, though, that Russia might have tried to take over the Yakutsk area and come into Japan.
Well, more importantly, I think into Western Europe. I think that's where their main concerns were.
True, but if the
Russia was primed to take Japan.
But if the United States government had any idea that Russia could have also easily taken Japan, maybe they would have wanted to destroy Japan to make it so the Russians didn't find it to be as juicy of a little target to take.
I doubt that because Japan. No. I mean, no. I understand.
That's Bill's hypothesis.
Like Japan was pretty much primed to fight with broom handles and fucking sticks.
Yeah, but I think everyone knew that Japan was full of Japanese people, so it's inherently valuable. It's inherently valuable real estate because of the people that are on it, and I think
it's free real estate.
Yeah, and the
only people in this neck of the woods who aren't bugmen,
right? with Japanese people, right? So high quality people.
Yeah, they wouldn't have let it go.
Right. So, but yeah, I understand. Yeah, deterrence. I mean, that's basically the argument is that
it's air denial.
Form of deterrence. Like, look, we have these world ender weapons, and now did they eventually make these nuclear weapons?
They did,
I think probably so. I think
so as well.
simply because so many countries have claimed to have had them for so long. Now Nakatomi says no, they didn't because they don't work. And
I've read Nakatomi. I've read the book you sent me. I read Nakatomi's hypothesis, and I don't think he's actually correct on that. I think that 80 years later, I think there are nuclear weapons. I think he's incorrect to believe there are.
Yeah, and well, it seems like it. Well, although maybe not, because the very thing I was saying about conspiracies and how conspiracies are not as difficult to pull off as a lot of people think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, could there how hard would it really be to have like a whole bunch of governments to say, yeah, we have nuclear weapons, we have nuclear weapons, we have nuclear weapons, and so the nuclear club, if nukes are a hoax, if they were a hoax, you sort of have to have a system where certain countries are allowed to say they have nuclear weapons and some are not, right? Also, so if like North Korea says they have nuclear weapons, if they are fake, that whole thing is entirely dependent on the rest of the world saying, yep, they have nukes. Because if the U.S. just said, no, you don't, then it would be
egg on their face.
It'd be kind of pointless,
right, yeah.
So
and isn't it preferable? The idea that we are actually poised on the brink of fucking nuclear apocalypse at all times? It's more noble to believe that this is just a big fucking.
That is why this conspiracy theory. It's not. Is this a nefarious conspiracy theory? I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. Even if nukes were fake, which I don't think they are. I think that's a bridge.
No.
That's a bridge too far. But let's say nukes were fake. Let's say they actually were.
Thank goodness for that.
Then maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. But I think Hiroshima and Nagasaki are much. There's too much suspect stuff.
Do you think the cities were just firebombed?
Yeah, I think they were just firebombed, and the atomic bombs were. With the mushroom clouds, those are just pyrocumulus clouds. You're seen all over the place with forest fires. They were seen in other Japanese cities that had been firebombed, and it's not that difficult to fake as people think. And the idea that the Manhattan Project succeeded is kind of outlandish, given how short they did it in, and given how they started with like literally nothing. Every other nuclear program was at least started with sort of cribbed partial notes from the Manhattan Project, and they all took longer. So I think nukes are real, but they came but Hiroshima and Nagasaki were fake. And I think also the fact that all other nuclear designs were based on the implosion mechanism, and like the gun mechanism that supposedly worked was basically never used again. It was supposedly used in artillery shells, but I'm skeptical of if those artillery shell nukes
almost never used.
I'm skeptical that those artillery shell nukes were even real, but yeah. is also causing a question. Well, you have this gun mechanism, the little boy, and you never used that again, and everything else from then on was implosion. It was based on the implosion design. There's just iterations on that. So, which kind of makes me think that that's another sign of sort of fakery. So, so that's the conspiracy theory that Ryan has bought into.
I think it's not anything I'd ever heard before. Actually, well, Bill looked into it, but like I'd never heard of it, so it was fascinating to look into it a little bit, and I do think I see the
there was another
idea.
I forgot to mention the other test at Los Alamos. It was another 100-ton explosive test, but I said that they put in some enriched uranium 235, whatever. They were trying to see can't like using conventional explosives will radioactive material spread into the surrounding area, and the answer was yes, it did. And they were able to detect it with their Geiger counters and said, yep, we can detect radioactive stuff from a conventional explosive. So, which there's another. Not necessarily smoking gun, but it is one thing you'd have to have if you were doing a hoax. So, and that
very
is
interesting, at least, put it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the latest conspiracy theory that Ryan has gone into.
I think a major point of conspiracy theory is the idea that we would never fall for this kind of thing.
Right. We'd never fall for that. Right.
Yeah.
I think that's why people are so resistant to it, because the idea that they may have been misled and fell for it.
Well, exactly, because psychologically they think they're incapable of doing so, but meanwhile,
I don't think so. I mean,
really?
Well, I don't know. Like, I fell for it. I mean, let me put it this way. I think it was a hoax, and I previously did not think it was a hoax, so therefore I definitionally fell for it. I don't think it didn't produce some like existential concern for me. It's like, oh, what's going on? Although maybe it would for people who have a lot more faith in things.
Yeah,
maybe,
exactly.
People who are less existentially cynical than maybe a little bit more. Why are you talking like an anime?
Me?
Because she's stuck in that fucking mode.
Oh no, it's because I'm tired. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I think I'm gonna go to bed. Actually, I'm sorry for talking like an anime, but like when I get tired, my voice goes higher.
When you become anime, you become, or you get tired, you become anime. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna head to bed. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Bye.
Well, I think the stream had been going on for like 4 hours, 45 minutes.
It's been a bit. Yeah, it's been a little bit.
I think maybe it's time to end the stream as well, because I don't have anything else to talk about.
I'm gonna turn out.
All right. Talk to you guys later. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.